All right, good. Yep. Okay. Yep, we're ready. Welcome back to the stream. What's up? Good to see you. Good morning. Hello. Happy Friday. Most importantly, happy Friday. Those of you who played D&D last night on Thursday, I hope you didn't get TPK'd. I didn't get TPK'd.
Effing Twitch making it difficult to refresh my Prime sub on mobile app. I had to log into the phone browser to do it.
The hell? Thanks for sub, Garth. I appreciate it. Thanks for the 51 months. Thank you for considering me your Prime option this month. I appreciate that. And Fox. Oh shit! Thank you for considering me your Prime option, and then converting to a tier 1 sub. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Actually, Fox, especially thank you because tier 1s, full tier 1s, go towards the Plus program on Twitch, which I am almost at. I'm like 9, I think now 10 sub points away from getting a 60-40 split on Twitch for the rest of the year, which is fucking amazing. So we're almost there, man. 3 months in a row. Holy shit, bro. But thank you. I appreciate that, Fox. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you. I did not play as much D&D last night as I thought it would. Okay. We had an unfortunate yappening. That's right. We went to play D&D to be hardcore D&D adventures, and all we did was complain about things and talk about VTuber drama for like 3 hours. And then we played some D&D. But we actually accomplished the most challenging goal, encounter, whatever, that we have ever been put up against that Ashy has thrown at us yet. A river, the required crossing. And we spent an hour on that river, maybe more actually. That's probably more actually, now that I think about it. But we got across. I don't know what's on the other side, but we did cross the river, thankfully. You know, eventually we got there, which was good, right? You know, are there monsters on the other side? I don't know. I hope not, because I think we spent some powers and shit. I certainly didn't spend any powers, even though I could have teleported across, apparently. I thought I had to get hit to be teleported, but apparently I could have been creative, okay? God damn it. It is my fault, I guess. But good morning, Ashy. Thanks for the game last night, bro. If you guys didn't know, Ashy's a phenomenal... Hold on, let me try that again. Phenomenal DM. There we go, man. I got in there eventually. Did you see Canada lose to Denmark in hockey? No, I didn't. I know there's some sort of a IIHF World Cup Who Asked tournament on right now. I don't really care for the international hockey scene that isn't best on best. And considering there's a hockey tournament going on right now that isn't best on best, I'm not really all that interested in. But you know, I knew like Crosby, McKinnon, some of the big names were there, but I haven't been paying attention to it whatsoever. Not with the Stanley Cup playoffs, the real true hockey happening right now, Cal. So good for Denmark. That's awesome. I didn't know Denmark had an established hockey team. I don't know many Denmarkian hockey players. That's awesome. Good for them. That's D&D for you. You spend 2 hours on not on a quest, but either on a lake or a door. True. Yes, that's what happened to us last night. We didn't get TPK'd though, which is good. We survived another day, another round, and we'll see next week what happens. Because I think we're going to go on a crusade to a fortification. That's right. That is my entire character's personality, is crusading to fortifications. And I will do my best to live up to my Avenger standard. But I'm enjoying our little romp through the forest. All right. Yes, Cass, I remembered YouTube chat existed. Well, here's the thing, Cass. It's not that I forget the YouTube chat exists. It's that the YouTube chat doesn't always show up on my computer for some reason on OBS. So this morning I thought I'd test it, and it seems to be working. So I have it up twice, so I'm not going to miss any YouTube chat. Hopefully, I don't want my illustrious YouTube chatters to think that I'm abandoning them, especially since one of them actually put in a coffee request, right? Which immediately makes them more relevant than the rest of you nerds. So I'm kidding. Relax, man. Chill, bro. You did feel that murderous intent. Who knows? That's true. I feel like I feel most times murderous intent with Twill with my sword. So the paladin urge to smite the evildoers. Exactly. Right. Although Avenger, not quite a paladin. Maybe ascended beyond paladindom. Based in money pilled, exactly, right? I mean, listen, memes, I always do say that getting me to check stream topics is a pay to win situation here, right? Complaining is a pay to win situation in my stream. I'll listen. Shit talking is a pay to win situation. People want to shit talk me, that's fine if they have enough of a bit badge or enough of a sub badge. You know, that's just the way this is the way it goes on the internet, right? Listen, man, I'll take a lot of shit from somebody that's, you know, a bit of long-term sub or some shit. Can you make it to Tabaxi Swashbuckler Road who is scared of water, please? Silvio, you can put in that request. Oh no, it's Tabaxi. I'm not doing anthros. I was gonna say you could put in that request on coffee if you wanted, but I don't do anthros, so I guess Tabaxi wouldn't really count, would it? Damn. Maybe next time. Shit. I did get a pretty important request though that we're gonna work on today as the warm-up. Do a little warm-up of a little character portrait somebody asked for over on coffee. For the first time ever, somebody in 4 years of me doing D&D commissions has asked me to draw a female dwarf. That's right, a female dwarf. Finally, all the time it's taken for someone to ask me to draw a female dwarf. I've drawn male dwarves. I've drawn female everything else. No one has asked me to do a female dwarf before. Can you believe that? I guess female dwarven players they just don't exist apparently. I don't know, man. Or they don't want my art. But they finally asked me somebody in her party. So a very lovely client who's gotten to multiple sketches now so far. So we'll probably do a good job for that, hopefully, and then get after some other drawings and some other things. Got a couple projects I want to get to. This weekend's going to be busy, and I should have some pretty big updates for the adventure on the weekend. Some World Anvil stuff, some lore, some art. The Astral Knight class should be maybe done. No beard Peepo Riot. Yeah, exactly. I'm no bearding that shit. I am. I don't care about this whole like female dwarf beard movement. They can do it. Listen. They can make their case. I'm just not gonna do it, bro. I ain't drawing no bearded dwarven women, all right, unless the character's right? It has to make sense. Has to look good. And I'm just not convinced that, you know, I'm not convinced. No one's put through the request in a way that I've been sold on it, right? My face went no furries. Yeah, well, the problem with the anthro commissions is that they take a lot longer to do, because the problem with anthro commissions is people usually want something specific that I don't know. Like, I don't know what they want when they ask for something like an anthro, because some people want it to be like more on the furry side of things, more cartoony. They want their character to be expressive and have, you know, more of a human-like cartoony expressions and emotiveness that you'd usually only find in furry art. Nothing wrong with that. It's just not something I do. I do animals a little bit more realistically, and I don't think people just want a fucking cat, you know, because it's like, is that going to be the art of the Tabaxi, is just drawing a cat? People are usually pretty disappointed about that. So just to help set expectations for people, I just typically don't do furry commissions or anthro commissions, or I charge a modifier on it. So if somebody asks me for a $200 commission and they want like a Luxodon or something like that, I just double the price, and people usually don't go for it because obviously that's very expensive. But some people do, and I'm actually doing a couple of things coming up. I'm doing a Luxodon, a GIF, and something else, actually, an Aarakocra or whatever coming up at some point in time. So there's that. Would you play a Grung? A Grung? Grung are the frog dudes, right? Well, Grung's a little bit different, because so Grung I might actually draw. If somebody asked me to do a Grung commission, I'd probably do it without charging a modifier on it. As a special request, because Grung are a bit different. I find they're a little easier to draw more literally. It really is, like, honestly, it's easier just to say no anthro as a straight away, but it is actually easier to draw any anthro that's not fur or feathered. So I know it's weird, right? So a Grung, a Tortle, a Luxodon, things like that, a lot easier, I think, than drawing something that has that kind of like that, like, I don't know, a wolf, a cat, whatever, a bird, something like that. I'm not against it. It's just, it takes longer. And so if I have only so much time for commissions, and I can take commissions that are not anthros, then I just do that instead, because it's just, you know, an easier whatever. So Grung Paladon, I think even paladin, but yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. What's up, Cass? Was hairless cat tabaxi? Yes, exactly. The Sphinx cat. Thorkin knows. Lurk physio day. Absolutely, Thorkin. Good luck with your physio this morning, you Giga Chad. I had my workout this morning, Thorkin, already. So I'm feeling good. I woke up again early. I'm doing the early thing, man. Every day. I did sleep for an hour before D&D yesterday though, because I was up at 5 a.m. yesterday, and I was like ready, getting after it. I had like almost 10,000 steps before I even started stream yesterday. I had such a productive morning yesterday, but I got off stream and I did what I needed to do, got the dog, did the whatever thing, and then before D&D, I hit my pillow and slept for an hour, which I never do. And it's kind of nice, actually. You know, I don't know, this mid-afternoon nap thing is not the worst thing in the world, I guess. I felt refreshed when I woke up, so maybe today I'll be able to maintain myself a little better without any need for rest during the day, because there's much to do, many works to be had. And I need to be on my A game here for our female dwarf. That's right. That's right. You can see the portrait preview on the left, the sketch I did last night. A monk. A monk. Can you believe the first ever dwarf female anyone asked me to draw is a monk? Not a paladin, a cleric, or anything like that. Classic dwarven characters, but a monk? Who plays a monk? I like not like 3 people that play monks. I don't know why monks aren't popular right now. I think they're pretty cool. They seem really fun to play. I don't know why they're not more widely played in the current D&D sphere. But like a dwarf monk is a cool idea, so I'm down with this one. So we'll get it done. But I think I'm gonna try and get most of my coffee requests done this weekend, I think, and really burn hard, because next weekend I really want to focus on some Realms of Eldara stuff to get ready for the conventions, because oh boy, conventions are upon us soon, and there is a lot to do before then. So I'm going to be busy as fuck. I want to play monk, but I absolutely want to ignore all the tropes and just play a magical girl that punches people. A magical girl that punches people. You know, honestly, Ashy, you could then probably play an Arukai monk in Eldara, which are the monks that are part of the Way of the Fist astral sages that are pretty rad. So you could just get in there and, you know, magic girl that shit or whatever. What's up, Vixie? What's going on, my salad? What's going? Good to see you, bro. Question, what is your favorite type of rogue if you have it? If not, pick a class. What is your favorite class, subclass? Well, rogues, I actually really like, I really like the play style of assassination rogues. I think they're actually really cool, but you have to, it's hard to play an assassination rogue. I think you have to like have a generally good sense of what your DM is all about. But as far as favorite classes right now, I mean, my favorite class that I have right now is my Astral Knight class that I've actually developed, which is funny. Like isn't that a bit like arrogant to say your favorite class is the class that you developed, which is, I don't know, it's a little bit lame. But if I have to pick between D&D, my go-to for D&D is always paladins. I'm a paladin player. I like paladins. I think they're the best class, the most fun to play, and I like the challenge of paladins. Even when paladins weren't popular, I like to play paladins. I always like to play paladins. Since 3.5, they're everything you wanted about a fighter, but they can also heal and do some other cool shit. I just like paladins, man. I've been drawing paladins since I was a kid, bro. I've been drawing paladins since I was a baby. It was my favorite class to play all through junior high school and high school when I was playing D&D. So I don't know, is that an unpopular choice? Are there more popular classes out there right now is that a hot take? Or your favorite classes, you know, the arcane and the nature based ones and shit like that, and the holy divine classes are lame? That seems to be a sentiment that was pretty popular when 5th edition first came out. The paladins were bland and lame and whatever. And also paladins went through this anti-lawful good sort of like phase. So at some point in time around 4th edition, early 5th edition, there was a whole thing where everything had to be dark, grungy, and edgy, right? And like this was around the time when like The Dark Knight came out, and all the movies were like, you know, very, very dark and broody, and everything was like gritty, and Walking Dead came out, and you know, all this, like everything was about like grit, you know, and everyone thought everyone thought they were so cool for being so gritty, and that's fine, man. It's fine to like, you know, gritty, darker movies, TV, whatever. But there was this anti-lawful good, like people were like, oh, Superman is the worst character, the worst hero ever. Lawful good characters are the worst, most boring characters. They're one-dimensional, not interesting. And I always loved Superman, because I always thought that telling an archetypical heroic story and the struggles with living up to an expectation are stories that we basically see for the last fucking 5,000 years being told in different ways. So Superman is the Christ story, the Gilgamesh, or not the Gilgamesh, the Marduk story, the, you know, the whatever. Find any kind of heroic figure from the ages, and you get this idea of this, like, of the struggle of being a good person, basically, in a dark world. And so I always thought that the power of Superman was not the, people say, oh, he's just indestructible, he jumps over buildings, laser eyes, he's so stupid, you know, Batman's like fallible and like human and whatnot. But I always thought that Superman, and the most difficult thing to tell a good Superman story, was telling the story of basically Superman's superpower was never his invincibility or anything like that. His superpower was being a good person. And that was the whole point of it, was the applicable lesson of the power of being a good person and how hard it is to make those choices. And I think that's a really good lawful good story. So when you're playing the lawful good paladin in D&D, and people were like, oh, lame, it's so much better to be edgy and neutral and whatever. I always thought that it's interesting to try and play the lawful good character, to keep to your morals and try and keep to a code, and to be the archetypical hero, to try and redeem the people around you, to save the world, you know, take on the burden of suffering of those you love, to become the strength that they require to, you know what I mean? I think that's a cool story. So I've always loved paladins and noble, lawful good characters. And I think after the age of the grit, dark, whatever media, we got into kind of the Marvel area, and people were like, oh yeah, Thor's pretty cool, or like Captain America's pretty cool. And people kind of got tired of the grit. And then characters like Spider-Man and Thor and Superman all became cool again. And so paladins are in vogue right now. They're cool again. Clerics are cool again. But we'll see what happens in a couple of years. And when they go out of interest and out of, you know, what's the word, I guess, popularity, favor with the general audiences of the world, I'm still going to love paladins and still try and tell good stories about that. So what class would you make that is more of a warlock? More of a warlock? Warlocks are tough. They really have to feel like I don't love the idea of patron magic, so I don't know. Warlocks aren't exactly on my radar. I like backflip through the wall, then kick off a haymaker the dragon. You can, yes. That is an animation that you can unlock for 35 bits. I mean gems. I mean coins in the gem shop, Ashy. So, My favorite is Mastermind Rogue right now. I'm playing a lawful evil character, and it's the Blast. That's awesome, dude. During the edge of grit, grimdark phase of media. Yeah, memes gets it. I don't need gritty, but I do love hard choices paladins. Lawful can be great if your DM challenges you, but I've seen so many DMs just force the paladin to be the fun police. Exactly. Yeah. So you have to be a good DM to actually run a compelling story for lawful good characters. And with Alan Moore in the statement, an artist should probably be the most excited about their current work, as it means they are growing. So it makes sense of the Astral Knight. You know what, Samurai? I feel better about that. Actually, you're right. You know, I feel better about that. That's awesome. Yeah, I am excited about my stuff. Superman is an alien. What do you mean, just human? Superman is an alien, but that's the point, is that Superman is an alien who is raised by humans. So he is telling a human story from the perspective of somebody who is above the human experience, but he's still a human. You know, his mom and dad were still small farm folk, and that's what is the charm of Superman. You know, is that it is a human story, and that's the interest of it. It's how do you have this basically demigod that is living as a human and trying to make human choices. So that's actually the point you bring up is exactly proving why I said what I said about how Superman was a human story. So I never liked the grit for the sake of grit. It makes sense Batman doesn't most in other superheroes. Well, you know, it's an interesting one to see when we had the grit era. Anyone here ever watch a little show called Stargate? So Stargate was really fun, and it was really popular, and it's lovely, and it was in that age of science fiction exploration, brilliant new worlds, shining opportunities, new technology, turn of the millennium, you know, going to a different place every week, ancient mysteries. It was great. Stargate was lovely. And Stargate Atlantis was a phenomenal successor to Stargate, and people loved it. When Stargate began to fall is when they did Stargate Universe, which is their show they tried to make more gritty. They tried to make it edgy, dark. They tried to make it Battlestar Galactica-y. They made it very, you know, everything was very like broody and like whatever. And they completely stripped the like explorative, optimistic sort of, you know, brightness of science fiction away from it in favor of the grit. And that's an example of a show and a media that I think got ruined by it. Because realistically, like you said, there's good places for dark fantasy and dark shows, but not everything has to be, and not everything has to transition to that. So if you have very dark fantasy and you have your Elden Rings type games and whatnot, it's great to have that dark fantasy. But imagine if then you have stories like, you know, games like World of Warcraft, Baldur's Gate, other fantasies that aren't necessarily supposed to be dark, gritty, and broody and whatnot, relatively anyway, then they just try and do that to try and cash in on a fad. It seems forced, because it was forced, because Stargate isn't supposed to be a show that's about dark grit and broodiness. It's supposed to be a show of exploration and optimism and adventure. And when you replace all of that with the grit, you can put the grit into it. You know, that's some of the best episodes from Stargate, were the episodes that were more the human gritty stories. Those were great episodes back in the show, but when you replace and you completely wipe away all of the kind of the original, you know, sheen of it for this like muddy exterior just to try and be cool and cash in on it. And it worked for a lot of people. You know, when I was working at the game stores when Around the Dark Knight happened, and all these guys in their like early to mid 20s, they all thought they were so cool being like Bane and, you know, Dark Knight and whatever, and talking about cool and complex it is, and they'd wear their Batman hats and stuff, and they all thought very highly of themselves for being dark and gritty enjoyers, as if they were like able to enjoy a higher, more like interesting or more sophisticated form of media than people that might like the more uplifting, optimistic fantasy, science fiction, superhero shows or whatever. And that's great. Like, look, man, cultures change and fads happen, and people feel very satisfied and proud of themselves for being part of, you know, movements and culture and whatnot. But it was always very funny to me where you have all these like nerd boys at the game store thinking that they're so cool because Dark Knight's their favorite movie. They were definitely sucked in on they were sucking hard on the copium of the dark gritty era, and it was always very cute for me to watch them because they all thought they were very cool. Good morning, Alf. What's up, buddy? How's it going? Whenever I play a lawful good character, I like to play a malicious compliance angel. What is that like? The fuck? God.
It is
What's up, Mel? Hello.
How
yes.
Are you doing, bud?
What's up, dude?
Smile, I'm a nerd boy.
What's good?
Nerd face emoji.
What's good, dude? What's happening? I'm good today, Mel. I'm just chilling. We got some cool art we got to do today. Some requests over on Coffee for a cool ass character, and you know, I don't know. It's Friday, bro, and I didn't get TPK'd last night, so I feel great. How you doing, Mel? When are you going to post the rates for the Eldara loot boxes? Ooh, I think we'll try and use gambling mechanics to get around that. Oh shit! I said it out loud. Damn it! The Electronic Blare Art commission is gonna find me, Ashy. Damn it. Teal'c was your favorite? Yeah, Teal'c was great, dude. Teal'c was. Christopher Judge is a great actor. Dude, if I ever had a movie, I'd want Christopher Judge to play something like old Astral Sage. You know, there is honestly, so Christopher Judge, if I was casting characters for Eldara, Christopher Judge would play the War Master for the Astral Knights. The War Master is basically just Christopher Judge, you know, like just a huge warrior of a person with that kind of stern demeanor and that quizzical eyebrow raise that Christopher Judge did as Teal'c. So especially now that he's older, that probably fit in better because he's an older guy too in the story. But I don't have any movies to make, unfortunately. I don't have the funding for that, so they were suckers. I mean, they had fun, right? Valmath, good to see you. What's up, dude? By far my favorite movie is the Atlantis That Lost Empire because of the exploration story that goes behind it. That's the animated one, right? Around 2000. Yeah, that's a great movie, actually. That's a fantastic movie. There was an honestly, that age of movies and cinema and film and whatnot and TV and like everything that goes with like visual media in around that turn of the 2000 millennia, really great stuff, amazing stories, amazing like forward looking cool stories, just stuff like that. Star Trek was good at the time. Just coming off the 90s, Stargate was a thing. There was lots of other shows around that time. Exploration, you remember all those shows? We had a channel in Canada called the Space Channel, and it's basically like a nerd channel, I guess. There was non-space things on there, so there were all sorts of TV shows that were in that kind of adventure realms, like The Lost World and Relic Hunter, and that kind of like the little more pulpy, a little more adventure-y. And then obviously movies of the time, things like Atlantis and Treasure Planet and those kind of movies, Road to El Dorado, were all coming out, and it was a really cool time, I think, for media. It's very strange for me to see the way the media has transitioned in the last 10 years. People wanted more human stories, they wanted more drama, more theatrics, and the issue is, I think a lot of people sacrificed interesting archetypical stories at the altar of drama. And they went too far. And I think that it's one of those things where people were too rebellious and too resistant to the idea of archetypical storytelling, good guys and bad guys. You hear new Star Wars people, like one of the things that I remember from one of the things that kind of put me off from watching The Acolyte when it came out was listening to the director talk about it, where she's like, Star Wars is a morally gray story and it's not about good and evil, it's about the things in between. And I'm sitting there thinking like, what? No, that's why it's a good story, is because it's literally black and white. It's literally good and evil. There's a right and wrong choice. There's a dark and a light. There's a good and a bad. There's a redemption and a fall. That's why it resonates with people, because people like those kind of stories. We've been telling those stories for thousands of years. That's why Star Wars was successful. If you ask George Lucas why Star Wars did so well, he tells you. He says, all I did was I took it, because he comes from an anthropology and storytelling background, right? So he says, I just took old stories that we've been telling for the last, several thousand years and put like a cool Flash Gordon space theme on it with cool like hot rod spaceships and a great soundtrack. I didn't do anything new, and everyone loved it. And so the idea of trying to make it too complexity is great when you can add it in addition to the base, but when you take the substrate out and you try and rip the substrate of what something is that's good away from it in the name of being new, you get what in the graphic design world we call that postmodern, post Bauhaus design, right? Where you had graphic design. There are rules in graphic design. There's good and bad graphic design. There's rules of yes or no. This is how you communicate. This is not. This is good color composition. This is bad. More so than art. It's much less subjective than in art. There are rules for good graphic design, right? It's not about what you like. It's about your brain likes this or it doesn't. So when you take all these rules of good graphic design, you play within them, you get great branding, great logos, great graphic design. When you try and take away those rules just to be different, that's when you get the dog shit. And we see that happen in lots and lots of media. And so when you have these great Star Wars stories that are about good and evil and tell an interesting good and evil story, it's fantastic. But when you tell a story where you're trying to say, oh, it's not about good and evil, it's about the gray, it's a little difficult,
Word. I'm getting it. I'm getting it, Evandelhart.
Hey, you got in there. Thanks for the bits, man. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you this morning. Thanks, dude. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Do or do not, there is no gray. Yeah, exactly, right? Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic about gray morals, and I love it. But there's the thing. So you can argue that Knights of the Old Republic is about gray morals, and I would argue that if you go deep into Krea's story, that it's actually not. It is about an accomplishment of the wrestling of good and evil, that that it operates in the gray, but ultimately even KOTOR 2, which is maybe one of the most interesting stories in Star Wars that's ever been told, it's still about good and evil at the end, and you understand Krea and the characters around that entire saga as a good and evil story, if you really get down to it, that the baseline is still there, and that the interest is the struggle within the gray, but the base of good and evil is still there. Very interesting story, but I think that it actually proves the point otherwise, that it's still a good and evil story, if you ask me. I don't know. I'm sure people could debate about that for days, but Like how you don't paint traces of red on a floor of a children's hospital. You know, that's actually probably a good graphic design thing, a rule. Yeah, you probably don't do that. That's probably a rule that you wouldn't want to. Yeah, well, listen, there's lots of these rules we got to obey when we're doing graphic design, Jacob, and that's probably one of them. So I don't know. I always like stories about good and evil that are, you know, that are archetypical and that are old stories. Like the Lord of the Rings is an old example of that. All the best. Harry Potter is a great example of that. Harry Potter is an extremely old archetypical story. It's a biblical story. It's a mythological story. It's a story from 3,000 years ago, told in 80s or whatever. When's Harry Potter based in? 1980s England or something like that, when in a magic world. But at the core of the best stories of our time is a very old tale that we all know is true. And that's like, if you're interested in that kind of going down that path, you can look at the work of like Joseph Campbell, Carl Jung, like basically trying to tell stories from a psychological standpoint. Some of it's a little woo-woo, but a lot of it's like pretty interesting shit. And it's kind of like, you're like, I know it's true. I don't know why it's true, but I know it's true. It's very interesting stuff when you think about it. And I think that's how you tell a good story, is you tell a story that we all want to hear, that we all want to understand, and we all want to know. You tell it in an interesting way. And you don't discard the good parts of it in the name of being different. You be more creative, because it's more difficult to work within the system of an archetypical story than it is to create something completely new, which is very difficult to even try and word around how to do it, I guess. So it was in the 90s. Yes. Okay. Right. Yeah. I thought it was earlier than that or something. I thought it was like, I don't know. I mean, certainly in the movies, though, Fox felt like it aged into the 2000s, right? And I think that was probably not necessarily in the original books. To be fair, I never read the original Harry Potter books. I only watched the movies when I was young. I wanted to watch them as movies and not read the books to spoil myself first and foremost. But last year, actually, I started reading the first Harry Potter book. And I didn't quite get through it, but I really enjoyed it, actually. I really enjoyed reading through it. And I really should have finished it before I canceled my whatever subscription Amazon thingy, but I read part of it while I was in Maui, and it was very fun. So I might actually go back and read the whole Harry Potter saga at some point in time. His color theory said something about red is good for healing and happy color. I don't know about that. Wasn't just traces, it was like long brush drags. Wait, really? That's actually a real thing? Really? I believe Harry Potter started classes in 1991. Interesting. Okay, well there you go. I guess I thought, well, maybe it has that like I guess England always has this like kind of like slightly vintage. I mean this with love. This like vintage aesthetic, you know, to it, where things are just look a little bit older. You know, the cars, the clothing, they're a little more traditional and classic. So maybe that's why it feels like it's you know, even if it's in 1991, it feels a little bit older, I guess, from a North American standpoint, I guess. The perspective of the normal people, they call the Jedi Civil War an end. Wait, they call the Jedi Civil Wars an end with the death of the planter. Wait, what? I think I'm missing something here. The Empire is very good in evil fighting. The struggles for choose a side. I'm trying to decipher that paragraph, Valmath. It's a little bit difficult, but I think I get what you're saying. So, yeah, even stories like, I think that like any good Star Wars story, I think is very much an aligned good and evil story. And when you try and be too creative in the middle, and you're not, or I guess not too creative. I think when you try and be too clever and not creative in the middle, that's when it gets really shitty and lame. So, Sabine, we have an important character to draw today for you. All right, Sabine, you have been one of my most illustrious request clients so far, and today we are finishing the last piece for your little party of Jinora. I hope I'm saying that right. So we're gonna do some art for Jinora today, and hopefully your dwarven monk player is approving of it when they see it. Obviously I hope that your Alistair player is also approving. This feels a little more nerve-wracking for me because nobody's asked me to draw a female dwarf like ever. So that's pretty cool. Stream topics for the dried corpse trails in the hospital. That's a wild thing to type in chat, but without context, Jacob, that's somebody that just got here. That's fucking wild. That's awful. Who would do that? That's a terrible fucking idea. Ugh. All right. Well, like I said, there's good and bad graphic design. That's not exactly That's bad communication, but it's not bad graphic design. Good and bad graphic design, like I'll show you objectively good graphic design. Right? When I talk about good graphic design rules and stuff, I mean like this kind of shit. And Bauhaus is a bit of a meme to like reference, but it's still good, right? As far as good graphic design, there's rules and things happening here, movements and communications and shapes and whatever that really work well. So those are more the objective rules I'm talking about, not maybe the rules of not dragging corpse stains through the floor of whatever hospital. That's just fucking wicked or whatever. Oh god. Ugh. Today's my first birthday, having all 3 done today is such an awesome gift. Oh, happy birthday, Sabine. That's awesome, bro. Hope you're doing something fun today for yourself. That's right, dude. Okay, we'll try to screw it up for you. What you drawing for? I think you're asking me what is this character for, maybe? I hope that's what you're asking, I think. But this is for a request for Peerless Sabine that she put in on coffee for a character. So we're going to be drawing our little dwarf here, Janora. And we're going to try and do, because she's wearing a little more simple clothing, so we can't go really weird and ostentatious and monk-like. But I think we'll try and add some cool little flares in there, or whatever. Did you ever draw a kobold? My PC is a kobold sorcerer. I have drawn Warcraftian kobolds, the Ratman kobold, the original proper kobold. I've never drawn a D&D kobold. I think the more lizard man style. So, yeah, that is not something that anyone's asked me to draw so far. I don't know why. People have brought up kobolds, but every time I've had a client, I could just say it. I don't want to meme. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be rude. I could just say it. I've been asked to draw kobolds for people. People have approached me about kobold commissions. No one's ever been able to afford that. And I hate that that's true, but there are certain types of players that play certain types of characters that like for example, Elvish players, there's no end to their budget. You tell them anything and they're like, yeah, of course, whatever, I don't care. There's just something about it, man. There's something about it. Male dwarf players, dwarf in general, I guess. Oh yeah, they don't care, man. You tell them it's $600 for a commission, they're like, oh, okay, here's a $400 tip, and you're like, okay. You know, kobold players and like the more anthro sort of players just never, they just never follow through on the project. So am I calling all kobold players broke? Well, yeah, that's literally the joke, but I don't mean it. It's a fucking joke, man. What's up, Sleepy? Can you play a Fae in D&D? A Fae? What qualifies as a Fae here, Jacob? Okay, hold on. I need to hit record and boom. All right. What's up, Sam? Good to see you. Yeah. All right. Okay. So we have our delete sketch. Ooh, wait, need to mark that down. Delete sketch, and we'll do a little bit of design here before we actually fix this piece up, just to make sure that we have some good ideas for where things are going to go and how it's going to look, to ensure that our dwarf is looking monk-like and ready to go. Ensure she's all souped up, giga chatted out. I'm gonna have fun today, man. This is gonna be a good project. You play Dragonborn. Dragonborns are another one. I have had people, so I have commissions coming up in the next couple weeks for Dragonborns. These people, man, that play Dragonborns, they have no end to their ambition and budget. The most amount of add-ons and shit that any person has ever requested for a sketch was a Dragonborn player. And oh boy, that's gonna be a big project when I actually get to it. So we'll see. Come on, you can't actually judge the economic willingness to buy art based on someone's class. Come on, that's a joke, dude. It's a joke. Is it a joke that most tiefling players can't afford art? Yes. Kidding, man, relax. Just chilling and reading up on Daggerheart rules. Ooh, I'm kind of curious about playing Daggerheart. Will I ever play Daggerheart? Likely not. To be honest, just likely not. Would I ever get a chance to play in a game where I agree to play for a long-term whatever session, something or another, to play Daggerheart? Again, probably not. But I really want to. It looks cool, and I'm supportive of it. I like Critical Role. I like the company. I like the people. The community's mixed, you know, a mixed basket. But the Critical Role itself is great. Critics come in all forms, you know. Hey. But Critical Role proper, I like them. I like them quite a bit. Broke-ass furries, the furry bubble has popped. Fucking true, Steve. Holy shit. Oh my god, it's true. Marta, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. It's those single engineers that fantasize about little hairy women where the money is at now. Yo, Steve gets it, man. Steve, have you noticed a pattern in the kind of like requests that clients have? Because I think everyone talks about how furries wield unlimited money. I have a rate for doing anthros. I just charge double for doing anthros because it takes me a lot longer to get it right. It does. And if somebody I understand people wouldn't want to pay my rate. 100% for anthros and for furry stuff. But anytime someone has, like, I've had in the last couple, like since I started growing on Instagram and everywhere, I've had multiple people approach me about anthro or furry commissions, Steve. And 3 of the 4 have basically said cost is not an issue. Budget is of no concern. This isn't a problem. I don't care what it is. Blank check. And what they mean is blank check up to like a couple $100, which is unfortunate for that. Because then you have to say that the furries can't afford you, and then the people get offended by that. They get mad. And I'd never shit talk the furry community. I love them. They're great. Not into it, but they're all really nice to me. Okay, so I love them. But damn, they don't they're large, you know, the largest of the furry commissioners. They don't wield the power that they used to. Maybe I'm not sure if that's how to word it nicely, but it certainly feels that way. Multiple friends who use AI art as their character art. So annoying to me. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I don't like it. I mean, whatever. I don't think about it too much. I don't worry about it too much, but it's not my jam. Wait, Saurials? Damn, people don't give into the draconian hype. Dino PCs are the best. Ooh. You're not about them kobolds, are you, Samurai? You're not about them, are you? Shit, dude. I did one Lizard Man and got weird messages on DeviantArt for like a year after that. So I don't post on DeviantArt anymore. Why we got fetish communities anyway? Like just golf or something? Damn. God, just play Warcraft like the rest of us. What the fuck? Yeah, right? Steve gets it. Steve would know, man. Gallery artist over here. Steve sketches. The legend. My man. Holy. Yeah. No, it is funny the kind of people. I think that like memes aside, I do think that there are certain like types of projects and types of characters that like people will get known for, and I think I do have a bit of a reputation for drawing like elves and like pretty characters and shit. No one really asked me to draw like grungy ass, dirty, you know, whatever. And that's a good or bad thing. I don't know. I get some heat for it on TikTok. Every once in a while, I get a comment being like, "Ugh, why can't you draw any realistic looking characters? God, why does everyone have to be like so moisturized and beautiful?" And I'm like, "Oh, thank you." Did you just call all my characters attractive? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. They think they're complaining, and yet I've never had a client say like, "Hey man, I love the way you draw like ugly ass gross dudes. I want you to draw me a gangly weirdo." No, there's always like some kind of level of this is what you do, Evan, and I want this from you. Okay, I shall deliver then. I shall deliver, oh mighty client. Right? Pivoting from gallery bullshit to game design, just gonna focus on my RPG now? Atta boy, man. That's fucking sick. That's fucking sick, dude. That's a big ass project though, hey? That's a long endeavor. I don't know if my adventure is gonna be ready for like the betas, if it's gonna be ready for the conventions I'm doing this year. I really hope it is. I'm gonna try my absolute best to make sure it is, but I'm not completely optimistic. I think that there might be a struggle to get ready in time. But the beta's out, which is cool. Then again, it's also just an adventure. It's not like a full RPG or anything, so it's not like that ambitious, I guess. But it will be an adventure at some point in time. Just you wait, right? Last 2 weeks have been doing nothing but caring for sick and disabled family. That's tough, man. That's a heroic endeavor, though. Hope people are getting better and feeling better and whatnot. Hope your stress levels aren't too high, because that's a lot, man. That can be quite the burden on the soul. Trying to, you know, stretch thin to care for people. That was like the story of last year for me, was just like trying to be there and like take people to appointments and care for sick family and whatnot. And I basically told everybody very lovingly to fuck off last year and leave me alone for a year. And that's why I've been working so much and burning so hard recently. Now, you know, obviously when you have like, you know, kids and shit, it's not, you don't have the option for that, right? But I basically told the old people in my family that I wouldn't be able to take them to their appointments every week and shit anymore. That I had like there was always a sense of like, oh, well, Evan, you don't have a real job, so you can just like take me to this appointment. Okay, I guess. You know? This year, nay, not so. I didn't miss a single stream all year until I had to fucking deal with like hospital shit for myself last week and the week before. I was so bummed about it too, man. I was so unreasonably angry about it that I had to miss streams and shit to do appointments and whatnot for myself. Last night I chilled with some cool people and watched The Last Dragon. It was like 11 p.m. though. That's pretty good. The Last Dragon. The Last Dragon. I don't think I know it. Sounds familiar. Reminds me of like a cartoon or something that I would have known, but I don't know. Okay. Where are we on this? So I think we're gonna do some little. I know the character's a little more simple as far as her design goes, as far as her like aesthetic is much more of the functional side of things and less of an ornate kind of detailed whatever monk. But I still do want to add in a couple little braids and a couple little things if we can. Just to maybe try and sell the story a little bit on the character. Just to give her a bit of that dwarven flair, you know? We'll do a couple little braids through the hair and maybe a little bit of a small amount of very, very basic ornamentation to help frame the face. Little earring studs as opposed to... I have such a cool request on Coffee right now for the next character. They want to basically go all out on a super like dramatically over accessorized like tiefling bard. And every once in a while someone hits me with a request for a project that I'm like, wait, this is exactly the thing that I'm good at. Yeah, wait, hold up. And so I, you know, like that project, I hope I can really impress her with that project, because man, I'm feeling good about it already, and I haven't even started it. Okay. Time for line work, I think. I think this is a good enough sketch. I think so. Line work layer. Not Lin work, line work. There we go. Bruce Lee-esque. That's pretty cool. It's a good vibe for a movie. Your Mad Tiefling Bard sounds fun. Well, so I did this character a long time ago, Sabine, named Yurna. And this is a very old piece of art. But she was like this, she's this wealthy, noble diplomat who's a tiefling. Well, she was a tiefling. She's a Geminos in Eldar, because tieflings are a D&D thing. But yeah, she had like horn ornamentation and jewelry and stuff and whatever. And as I said, this is a pretty old piece of art, but at least I think you can kind of get the vibe maybe of why I'm excited about that, because talking about overly done dramatic tiefling characters, I'm familiar at the very least, so should hopefully do a good job for her. Ariel, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Good to have you. Appreciate it. Honored. Tiefling Bard is mine. Hearing you being excited about the draw may or not have just brought me a tear to my eye. Oh shit, Brooklyn, what's up, dude? Yes.
What a glorious occasion. Traitorous Christotis would very much enjoy participating in such talks.
Hold up. We have a meta entry for the day. Yeah, well, Brooklyn, I'm very excited for your piece. I think that I'm gonna, as I said, I meant what I said. I had no idea you were in chat. Actually, I had no idea you watched my stream. That's kind of rad, actually. So, no, I'm very excited about it. I read it and I was like, oh, this is my jam, dude. I'm gonna fucking kill this one. This is gonna be an absolute, like, just alignment of request and like client and artist here. Let's see. So the meta for the day from Aduria is tier 3 sub. Jesus Christ, man. Thank you for the tier 3. I appreciate it. Holy fuck, dude. Is the Northern Crested Newt. Wasn't he the first one? Didn't we already do this guy? Wasn't he like a 9 or something? Or was it very similar to this one? That's a great newt. I'm going to rate it a 9.4. I don't know if what we rated the first time, but that's a great newt, Aduria. Thanks for the tier 3, man, for 53 months, bro. And thank you especially for the tier 3. I think that is almost enough to push me over the edge for the Plus program this month, for the 3rd month in a row. Which means that I get a 60-40 split for my subs, which is awesome. So, and Brooklyn, I have not yet looked at your second request, so I have no idea what the second one is. I'm just trying to focus on one at a time to kind of keep the next project in my mind. But whatever it is, I'm very excited to see what the other request is that you put in. So thank you again very much for the requests. It means the world. I did not think that the coffee would go so hard. I didn't think people would be that excited about it. I thought like I may get like 1 or 2 requests and then just chill. Did not realize I'd get like 15 in a week. So I'll probably keep it open till the end of the weekend, because some people said like, hey, I want to put a request in, but I just can't, need to get paid on Friday or whatever. Can you leave it open until Monday? So I'll leave it up, but I definitely
not a
didn't
substitute for a duplicate entry. The illustrious Listen Triton Helveticus.
Okay. All right. Let's see it. Hoping she'll also be your jam since she's a paladin. A Viking Oath of Vengeance paladin. Okay, Brooklyn, you might be the perfect person. Real quick. Hold on. Then proper meta entry today, the Palmate Newt. Okay, that's a lesser Newt than the last one, Aduria. Still a good boy. I'm gonna rate it like a good 7.4 out of a 7.4 out of good boy. So would give gentle pats on head. Thanks for the meta entry and the 100 bits, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, Brooklyn, that is so I'm not sure how familiar you are with my work and things and projects and lore, but if there is one thing that I do maybe best, it's drawing paladins. Okay, that's maybe the best thing. And that comes from my wife, actually, who plays paladins and plays... My wife, IRL, is basically a Valkyrie. Okay? She's basically a Valkyrie. So if you think of tall, Scandinavian, blonde, hair-braided, 6-foot fucking... She's taller than me. That's my wife, okay? And so whenever I make a character for her, I'm always inspired. Like, the most important character I've ever drawn was this character for her, named Amelia... who is more or less just my wife. That's me trying to capture her beauty. And then other paladins she's played too. Crumley, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So drawing strong, tall, badass, cool, like especially female paladins is something that I am extremely comfortable with and fucking love doing. And I think have gotten a bit of a reputation for it. So the fact that you asked me to draw an ornate, super detailed, jewelry encrusted, amazing tiefling bard, and then a Viking-inspired paladin, these are probably 2 of the best things you could have asked me of all people to draw. So I'm really going to try my absolute best. I mean, I always try my absolute best, but I really hope that I can impress you with these ones. So, and Anne, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, guys, both of you. I'm honored to have the 2 of you in here. Thank you very much. So... we're gonna go all out on the decorative ornate jewelry on Addie. So that's gonna be awesome. But yeah, drawing anytime I draw like I've been very flattered to be told that I draw like strong, like powerful, feminine, beautiful women by clients. Like this person asked me to draw a character based on like those ones that I've done for, you know, Ella. But anytime I have to draw a character for my wife, I always try and make her like as cool and, you know, strong and tall and beautiful as I can, because I think that there's a really nice like sort of balance there between that like sort of that kind of Nordic old Valkyrie style of like beauty and strength in women. And I've gotten a lot of requests from people to do characters like that, because they're like, oh shit, I saw that you do like you know how flattering it is to be told like, Evan, I think you handle women like super well as characters, and that's why I want to trust my character with you. I've heard that for these type of characters, for like more martial classes, paladins, fighters, you know, stronger sort of whatever, without, I guess, without the negative sides that people don't like in that art. I'm not exactly sure what, because I don't do it, but it is really cool to be told that, especially because that kind of ability or style that I developed was all out of love and respect and honoring of my wife, the most important person in my art career. So that's really cool that people like the kind of characters that I do for her, and that's why they asked me to do characters for them. Not that was necessarily a reason why you asked me to draw these two characters, but or the paladin, but still, yeah, it's gonna be fun. All right, okay, I'm gonna see if I can get to all of it on stream, but there's a very good chance that it might be a weekend project for me. So I got a lot of stuff to do next week, unless I just stream all weekend. There's that too. Maybe I'll do like evening coffee sketch request streams or whatever, where we just smash some quick designs and stuff down and see if I can get a whole bunch done. Because yeah, I'm gonna keep them up probably till Monday, and I don't know, man, I've been having fun. Like I've been keeping up with them better than I thought I would. I thought I'd get overwhelmed, or like I didn't want to like give myself another thing to have to worry about as far as like timeline and whatnot, but I'm kind of staying on top of things. So I'm a lot more comfortable doing these little sketch requests than I thought I would, in addition to the big commissions. And it's been nice to not have to have people wait like literally 6 months to be able to get a piece from me if they want to just go through coffee like that for a much faster, more casual request, which has been awesome. People have been really cool to work with. Beautiful art. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. Thank you. People keep bugging me, and I really don't want to talk to anyone right now. You're trying to work on things, then what are you talking in chat for, Fire? What are you doing in chat? Yeah, focus on your work, bro. Take care of what you got to do today. Don't be getting distracted. Don't be getting distracted. You got stuff to do, all right? You got to get after it. Welcome back, memes. Welcome back. What's up? Good to see you. Yeah, it's been cool to do these requests, man. I've been really having fun. Been really having a ton of fun doing them. I do feel a little bad though for like anytime anybody asks me about my commission waitlist or whatever, it's always so shitty to tell them like literally 4 to 6 months for big projects. I really maybe want to try and like get caught up this summer with my own projects so that I can just like do commissions for like 3 or 4 months, just like solid, and just like rock them, you know? Yo, Forever Frog Moment, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. I'm honored. Thank you for considering me your Prime option this month. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy your emotes. Ad-free viewing. I don't know what else you get on for your sub, but I do hope you enjoy your emotes. If you ever wanted to know about the lore of an emote in my chat, you could always ask, because since I don't have a chat, like a channel mascot, all the emotes are all characters that I've drawn. So like that one character I was showing, Amelia, my wife's character. This character. This is her emote. Hold on. Not that anybody cares about this, I'm just monologuing. But like, that is based off of her. Look at that, man. That's Amelia. So yeah, there's lore, there's deep lore for all of my channel emotes. But thank you for the sub, dude. I appreciate it. That's really meaningful support, so appreciate you. Damn, bro. Damn. You guys are being way too generous to me today. I don't deserve it. Seriously, I appreciate it. We got to give her the little dwarfy freckles. Just a smidge, okay? If I'm going to be drawing the first canonical Evan Blair Art female dwarf portrait in the modern age of EBA, I have to, you know, try and maybe like adhere to some of the expectations. And to try and do our best on that front too. The best lore, the orb, you think so? Your mascot should be an anthropomorphic Chewy. I mean, squishy dice soon to launch on. Okay, dude. No, I'm not doing. No. You can't make me. If I do any kind of a squishy die endorsement, people are going to be getting sick out here, okay? You think that it's funny until you find out that one of the guild members actually tried to chew on one of Ella's squishy dice and had to go to the hospital because they got sick or some shit. Okay? Like, it's all fun and games until Garthen or Thorkin or whoever say, yeah, I got real sick because I thought I'd meme hard and eat a squishy die. And I couldn't stop myself. I don't have enough faith in the dragon's claim to not. I'll be honest. The bar is already on the ground and they somehow find a shovel to dig under it. So, I don't know about that one. Yeah. You said it's food product standard Chewy dice. I did say it was food grade silicon that they're made of. Yes. Yes, that is true. But just because something is food grade in the material does not equate to food safe in the practical. So no, please do not chew the Blackwood dice, squishy dice. Please restrain and withhold yourself from such endeavors. I don't even know if Ella has any like squishy dice on her store right now at all. So, dude, I did a video about her actually on TikTok and Instagram and stuff the other day, and it actually turned into some orders on her store. That was so cool, man. People actually like saw her dice and were like, "Oh shit, I gotta get me some of those on her dice store." You know how cool that is to be able to like help out Ella's like business like that, to feel like I can wield some power of not like power, but just like helping people discover her stuff. That's such a fucking cool feeling. It's very, very cool to see people like actually stopping by her store and like putting orders in and stuff. I got emotional about it, man. I was just so grateful for people. It's not the forbidden stack. Do not eat the squishy dice, okay? Do not eat any dice, in fact. Do not eat the resin dice. Do not eat the squishy dice. Please, in fact, the next time you were contemplating devouring a die, please just don't. Now, Ella can, in theory, make, not for the greater population, but for, like, her and I, like, dice molds for things, for, like, hard candy and stuff. Now, is Ella going to start selling hard dice candy? The answer is no. Why not? Because the licenses and stuff for that are atrocious and it's never going to fucking happen because of that. But she could make it for us, you know? Like a guide? Yeah, maybe. It was just really cool because like Ella's probably like one of the best dice makers by like a good margin out there. Like just like actually world class. And when people actually see her dice in person, they're like, oh fuck, wait, you know? And that's always a cool thing for me. And I'm always like desperate for people to actually just like see her stuff, because she's not that huge on social media. She has like, you know, a couple hundred TikTok followers, whatever. She's definitely doesn't get the attention she deserves. To be fair, she also doesn't fucking post videos because she's got so much going on. Admittedly, she would say it's a problem too, so it's not like I'm calling her out too hard right now. But seeing people like appreciate her stuff is just like one of my favorite things about going to conventions or anything in general, you know? People appreciating Ella is like my favorite pastime. Watching people appreciate Ella is my favorite pastime. There we go. Fun fact, sugar dice are real and can be bought online. They can, yes, true. But then they're not, you know, Blackwood dice. They're not Blackwood dice at that point in time, and I don't know if I want them then. I'm a bit of a sucker for that brand, all right? It is always funny to like and startling to see other dice makers and stuff like see her dice and just you see because you see the confusion and the awe when they see what she's doing at the height of her craft. People will like to see dice makers see her dice and then be like, wait, but how, like the finish on these dice, you'd have to spend like how do you do this? And she's like, well, I just polish them. And she's like, they're like, but to, like, what do you use? Because if you were hand polishing this would take hours and hours and hours per set. And she's just like, yeah, I know. And the confusion as their brain clicks, like they see like her true form. And they're like, wait, you actually like do that for your wait, what the fuck? You know, it's like they see a new like echelon or tier or possibility. It's like that moment where the boss music plays and they realize who the fuck Ella Blackwood is. That's always so fun for me. That just like slow realization that there's no hack or no trick, but like to her dice, she just spends that long on them. Or like her cherry blossom dice. They're like, do you like stickers or like decals? And she's like, no, I hand paint those. They're like, what? But that would take you forever. And she's like, yep. And she's always very modest about it, very, you know, humble. But just seeing the gears turning of like, wait, this girl hand paints all this shit. Holy fuck. Who is she? I love that, man. I love it. One of my favorite things. Click clack math rocks that look like rock candy. No, don't eat them. You know better, Duria. You know better. They don't make them look so tasty. Listen, bro. Ain't my fault, hey? Ain't my fault. You have food now? Excellent. Good. Good. You love to hear it. Hopefully it's an adequate amount of protein for your muscle gain goals. Whatever your meal is. When I buy Blackwood dice, what flavor do you recommend? For legal purposes, I'm just not going to answer that question. For liability, I'm just going to pretend I didn't see that. There's no gimmick to her quality. She's just that good. Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. It's like other dice makers will kind of like say to her, like,
do I know better? Do I really?
Yes, you do.
You haven't seen a recent picture of the diamond die in years.
That's true. I do. I guess I haven't. I guess I don't know that you haven't eaten the die. Well, thanks to 100 bits, Aduria. You're on your way to the opal. There you go. 100 bit at a time. True. I guess I haven't seen the die. But it is funny when people do. They'll like kind of ask her, like kind of like okay, you know, like the customers are gone. How do you do this like so quickly? What's your secret? And then just to see that reaction where she just does say, you know, no, I just do it by hand, is always really funny. It's always hilarious to see that, the processing, because there's a lot of the dice making hobby that's like about and even the business side of it that's about like sort of like saving time and like the craft of it and whatnot. And for Ella, that's just not part of it. She just does it by hand the whole way. So you're gonna get her Chronicles of Novalia dice when the next restocks. Chronicles of Novalia. Which one was that? That might have been a one-off, honestly, Sabine. Hold on. That might have been a one-off. You could request her to make that set again, probably. Where's Chronicles of Novalia? Arcane Knights, Cherry Blossom. Oh, this one. Yeah, dude. Yes. That's an insane set. If you actually want this set, Sabine, either send her a message or I can let her know to make a set, because I think this was a one-off. Most of her sets are one-offs. They're like original designs based on something in Eldara, and she might do something similar to it or whatever, but she very rarely makes the exact same set again. What the okay, hold on. Yes, hello, this is Evan. Oh, you made more? Okay, well. I guess put on your store, bitch. What are you doing? Well, then do your restock. What do you mean? I don't care if you're getting your nails done. Do your restock while you're...
Hi.
Tell her I say hi. Okay, I love you too. All right, goodbye. Why do I answer the phone when Ella calls me in the middle of stream? Why do I bother? Why do I answer the phone? Just in general when Ella calls. I should, like, come on, bro. It never goes well for me. Well, there you go. Apparently she was watching while she's getting her nails done. With whatever stupid fucking nail pattern she's gonna get this time around. Over the top art that I'm gonna have to sit there every time we go out and sit through conversations 4 times a day with people complimenting her nails, asking her about it. God damn it. God damn it. Ella, your wife? No, my wife, Fox. My wife. You got that one wrong. You got that one mixed up. Yeah, sorry, bro. Our wife? Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. A wild Ella sighting? Yeah, actually, though, right? Lady Blackwood herself graces the stream with her presence on this fine, auspicious day. Only to tell me that she actually has stock for shit. Apparently, she just hasn't done a restock on her site. As if it matters if she has stock for stuff if it's not restocked on her site. What a nerd, man. She calls herself a businesswoman. Holy. Doesn't even restock her own stuff. You know what never runs out of stock? The Evan Blair Art print store. Oh wait, Ella takes care of that entirely for me. Shit, never mind. Fuck. I mean, boy. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Yeah. My plan for combined shipping, dice, and Vesper print is coming along nicely. It's true, actually, I guess. There are a lot of people who do get dice for their characters. I don't really, so I need to make videos about this, but it never happens at in a timeline where I like can do it properly. But there's a lot of people who get dice made from Ella for like alongside a commission, which is always really cool because Ella will be like, you know, asking me about the color palette of a character and stuff. So the amount of times I have sent a character portrait sketch to somebody alongside dice, like there's a warlock I'm doing right now where Ella made 2 sets for him. She made a really cool Kintsugi set for his character, and then also a set for his familiar, I believe, and then also a D20. So he's getting the whole Blackwood dice package as well as art from me, and I'm gonna make a video about that one. I'm gonna actually remember to make a fucking video about it that time, because it happens more than you'd think, but I never like can show off the dice that go with art or whatever because I'm dumb and I never, you know, I post the video too early or whatever, and then Ella makes the dice later, and then it's just not a thing. And yeah, listen. You've actually, Ella Blackwood reminded me, I want to show you my nails when I do them later. No, stop. Ella doesn't care about your nails, Fox. Ella doesn't care about your nails. The Dragon's Claim is, yeah, I don't know what I'm trying. Never mind. I'm just talking shit at this point in time, Fox. It's just not even a, yeah. I get diced my art. I never realized that. I mean, you can, so you can, like, Ella does requests for sets, and not for much more than like her sets are on her website. For about the same price, because it's very easy for her to design a set. Obviously, if you want something like much more specific, you know, geodes, whatever, inserts, it gets pretty complicated. But Ella takes a ton of requests. One of the reasons why her fucking like dice store is always out of stock is because she spends so much time making like bespoke sets for people. So she doesn't like advertise that anywhere, and she really should. I wonder if we should set up a coffee for her for taking requests for dice. That might be way easier than people having to like eat like fucking DM her about stuff. If you could just like have a color palette or whatever. That might work actually. Huh. Well, I don't know. Might figure some shit out. Bro. Either way, she's got some cool projects coming up in the next little while, and we shall see what Blackwood wonders there are. You have to see what girlfriend wants. Okay. Good to know. That sounds like important information. Good luck. Okay. As far as our dwarf accessories and stuff goes, she's gonna be pretty simplistic, but we might include a little bit of the dwarven designs here and there, little odes to dwarf, if you get me. I do love that she's an urchin. Urchins are a good time all the time in D&D. So realistically, I'm kind of already sold on the character. And now I'm just trying to act upon my intuitions. But I do want to try and represent a little bit of that dwarven ancestry, not just the urchin background. Because, like, there's certain expectations when it comes to characters, you know? Certain designs, certain aesthetics, or whatever. That I always want to meet, you know? I don't want people to have like a vibe for their fantasy they wanted and then just straight away ignore it with my own nonsense. Do her hair wisps. I love the way Sabine described it, as she has wispy hair or hair wisps from all her dwarf monk parkour shit. Like actually true though, right? It is all monk parkour. Spin kicks and backflips and shit. Maybe any of it's necessary, I don't know. Maybe you could just punch the dude. Doesn't matter. We're parkouring, alright? Y'all should create a fake as in you already do it, limited time collab with EBA and Blackwood Dice. I mean, so there's actually a very real project coming that's going to happen with like official Eldara dice. So when the Astral Knight releases, there's going to be a like version of the class that comes with a special set of dice that Elle is going to make just for the Astral Knights and the Sages. But like if you know much about the lore for Eldara, Sleepy, all of Ella's dice are based off of things in Eldara. So like Novalia is a place within Eldara, within like Ontelaria. So all of the names, Chronicles of Novalia or whatever, the Azure Flow, Alstarian Knights, like these are all things to do with Eldara. So Blackwood Dice is in fact a collab with EBA already. By like everything about Blackwood Dice is based off of my game world, right? It's based off of our characters. Because from like Ella Blackwood, she named her account on Twitch Blackwood, like Ella Blackwood, because she named it after a D&D character. And so when she created Blackwood Dice, she based that off her D&D character too. So the whole idea of the Growlhammer, Paladin Order, Seal, all those things, those are all things that come from our game experience. So it's already a deep collaboration, I guess you could say, from lore perspective. Her entire like table and booth setup when we go to conventions is supposed to look like a shop, like an in-game sort of Eldaran shop that you'd find somewhere in some market or whatever, with like requisition supplies from the Order. When you buy a set of Blackwood Dice, they come in a box, So I don't know if she has any pictures of this on her site, but when you buy a set of Blackwood dice, they come in a sort of a craft box that like opens from the top or that slides from the top, and it's got a wax seal on it, and the wax seal has her Growlhammer seal on it as if it was like sealed by the order, and then it's tied with twine in a nice ribbon. So it's like a package from the Paladin Order that you're getting when you get a set of Blackwood dice. So like, you know, legit, like you joke about there being an EBA Blackwood Dice collab. Everything to do with Blackwood Dice is based off of lore within my world. That's the entirety of how I branded Blackwood Dice for her. It's what she wanted. So, like, you meme, and yet, and yet you're actually absolutely correct about it. Everything is based off of Eldara. Fortunata keeps getting mistaken as a child by the Barovian NPCs and resisting kicking them in the knee. How tall is she for a dwarf? What's the height sort of like specifications for dwarves in your game? Because like that can change it, right? You know, we're talking like I've seen people say their dwarves are as tall as like 5'1" or whatever. I don't know about that shit. I don't know about that. I don't know how tall like canonically Gimli was, but... And made in Canada, that fancy box to break immersion. Dude, I'm so mad we have to put those stupid stickers on our shit. I'm so mad. You have no idea. But with the service that we're doing right now for shipping, because Canada Post is on strike, if you don't have a Made in Canada sticker on your stuff, that they will fine you up to $1,000. Sorry, starting at $1,000, not up to $1,000. You have a chance of getting fined $1,000 for it, because U.S. whatever customs, they'll refuse an entire truck of parcels if one parcel doesn't have that shit on it that they check. So it's serious. It's like, it is really serious. It really sucks. But yeah, to put these two in Made in Canada immersion breaking, because that is the point. It's the immersion, right? The entirety of Ella's like Ella's, whenever you go to a market or whatever, her entire booth and everything is all based off of like it is an immersive thing, you know. It's supposed to be immersive. Where is it? Right? It's like a medieval shop, you know. There's like crates and skulls and shit everywhere, man, and wooden signs and leaves, and it's supposed to be like a vendor at a market, you know, that you go and you see little lanterns and lights, and also apparently paper cups with straws. Shit. Immersion's broken. The illusion's gone. I'm aware I'm at a convention and not in a medieval shop anymore. And it's supposed to all feel like that, but then you go in and see that stupid sticker on the back of the box and realize that you're not in a fantasy world as a medieval hero. You're actually in like the modern day, sitting in your basement eating day old pizza, playing D&D. Shit. Calm down. 5'1" is not that short. 5'1" is probably on a international scale, not that short. Yes, exactly. You've made Canada stickers on them right beside put Made in Eldara. That's a hilarious idea. Made in Eldara, product of Eldara. I think the problem is that's actually a legal sort of like, if you say something's made in whatever, I think that's actually a legal like announcement of an object's origin. I think we could actually get in trouble for that. As awesome and hilarious as that is, I think you could actually get in some shit. I think that border and customs agents and brokers have less of a sense of humor about that kind of stuff than I would like them to. So the Game of Thrones Starbucks cup. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, man. This time it was a Diet Coke cup. Ah, shit. We were on guard for Starbucks, but we didn't look hard enough for convention concession stand Coke. Damn it. Certified Canada moment. What part? You put the sealed box with Made in Eldar on the bottom. Inside another box that says Product of Canada. Definitely could. The problem is that increases the weight, and shipping is already expensive based on weight. So it'd be another box that would just make shipping another like is that worth charging an extra like $3 to $4 for shipping? Because that's legitimately how much it could be. Maybe it is just for fun. Just like eat that cost or whatever. When someone's buying like a $130 set of dice, it might not be that big of a deal. But the product, you know. But still, unfortunately, yeah, shipping does add up quite a bit. It gets in there, right? Much as I wish it didn't. And we get discounts, man, as a small business. I can't imagine what it's like to send a package. Like, if you got friends somewhere and you send, like, a Christmas gift or some shit through the mail, bro, that's gotta be, like, $30 or whatever, hey? Internationally? Oh, my God. Who sends anything in the mail? I'm average height, 5'1" to 2. I mean, that's still short as fuck here, where I live. But that's fine, you know? I have skewed views of height, though, apparently, because of Ella. All my friends defend that, like, 5'5" is not short for a girl. I'm like, maybe. It's like Vixie height. Ulnar height range. Where are my JPEGs at, man? How about a sticker that says Made in Eldar that can cover the Made in Canada sticker for those who don't want to break immersion? Yeah. Just add that in there as a thing that you can put in there. Product of the Growlhammer. You're right about that. It'd be a good idea. It'd be a good idea. Okay. I think maybe 1 or 2 little braids in here for her. It's super cool dwarf design. I'm really digging this character, actually. I'm enjoying myself right now. Sometimes it just, like, works. There's, like, not a lot of resistance on a piece. Lots of my best work that I've ever done has had a lot of resistance to it or whatever, but sometimes, like, when a piece just kind of, like, flows, you know what I mean? You just kind of got to embrace and enjoy the moment. Maybe in general recently I've just been in more of a flow with things. Less resistance, less, like... I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it's what it's like to actually be a decent artist. I actually got followed on Instagram this morning by an artist I really look up to. That was cool. That's a wild experience, man. When you see somebody that like you followed for a long time or that like you really look up to as a creator, as an artist, whatever. You just see that, you just catch that notification. You just catch that so and so followed you back. You're like, oh my God. So maybe I'm becoming a real artist these days. Maybe one day I'll be an actual artist. Maybe one day I'll be at Lightbox Expo talking to artists about how to draw shit. Indeed, most of my characters are 6 to 7 feet tall. There you go. Mine too. Wait. Yeah, wait, hold on. Looking at this drawing, and all I'm thinking is that she looks like someone I know, and I can't pinpoint where. Well, that's cool. I guess it's good, right? It's a good thing. Maybe?
Thank you for the time and effort you spent on these sketch requests. They turned out
Sabine, what the hell, dude?
And have replaced the image of these characters in my mind. Your Vesper/Alistair/Jinner
come on,
is now
man.
my headcanon.
Dude, Sabine, you don't have to do that. Please. That's just $20. Jesus, dude. You could TTS for $1. Come on, Sabine, thank you so much for that. That's incredibly generous of you and highly unnecessary, okay? I'm just honored that you asked me, okay? Holy shit. Thank you though. That's unreal. What the hell, dude? What the hell? No, thank you for the request, Sabina. It's been an absolute delight to draw your characters for you. I needed a breath of fresh air with injecting some new character designs into my life recently. Outside of Eldara and outside of big, long, like heavy commissions. So this has been really fun, and I mean it. I am truly honored when anybody asks me to draw their character for them. This is why I do this shit. What's up, Geek? Good to see you. Because when I was working and like kind of like making my way lightly in the games industry, there's something that happens when you're a concept artist that people kind of talk about a little bit in the art sphere, but like sometimes the work you do doesn't really fucking matter. It just is the way it is. You work on projects, you do a lot of stuff, you know, you work on design, visual development, and people are kind of like, okay, that's an interesting idea or whatever, or, you know, this is what we need by this day, or we're gonna go with this design or that design. And sometimes the individual piece that you do doesn't really matter. You're just drawing like Kobold number 5 or Goblin Villain number 2 or whatever. And there's something about drawing characters for people that, like, if the character means something to them, that is very, like, good for the soul for me as an artist. And I adore it. It's so, like, fun and fulfilling to do characters for people that, like, really care. And it's awesome. So, no, thank you for giving me, like, trusting me with these very important, precious characters. And I know how much D&D characters mean to people, too. Right? Because these aren't just like characters for some like story or book or whatever that's just like casually off the side. For a lot of people, the D&D game is like, that's real life, man. And then there's like there's the D&D game and their character and their experience in the world, and then there's like the other 6 days of the week when they're waiting to get back into their world. And I always think about that and the intense responsibility that comes with you know, taking care of people's characters for them. And so it's always a heavy responsibility that I try and like bear worthily. And a deep honor. So no, thank you so much for trusting me. Thank the money. Come on, man. I feel this is in the US of A. We have been ingrained to tip, and tipping artists is a personal policy. Well, it's come on, bro. Thank you. I really appreciate it. The support goes a long way. So thank you very much. God damn, dude. I am not worthy. But I appreciate it. Very much a good thing. That's good. All right. Good. That's what I like to hear, Sleepy. I'm a little flustered. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. No, I'm focused today. I'm a focused professional. I will not be distracted. I will not be taken out of my groove, okay? Will not be flustered. You gotta be very careful when I say that, depending on who's in chat, so I think I'm safe today. Alright. I always have to resist the urge when I'm like sketching, sort of like hatching things like this, to not just smash my layer underneath for a fill and to like do it again. So I like kind of like how it looks messy, but then you can't change it later. Take my time, all right? Be very careful and patient. There is something to be said about like the messier, sort of like rougher parts of the sketch, like coming out more often. But for a lot of characters' faces, I find it's like you really control the chaos, and then you bring the chaos out in the as it gets less like lower resolution from the character's face. Then you can go messier, and it looks good. Over here, we have to control the chaos. Alright. I think next week I'm also going to do a little fan art piece at some point in time in the week for a project I want to do. A little quick one-day project. I've been inspired a little bit to do some fan art recently. Get myself in that mindset, you know? Be able to deliver on the next Baldur's Gate 3 piece that I want to have ready. Not sure who I should do as a paladin next. I kind of want to do Lae'zel as a paladin, but I don't know how popular Lae'zel as a character. The whole Minthara discussion yesterday really has me thinking about doing Minthara as a paladin now. I mean, not as a paladin, you know what I mean? Like as a more paladinly paladin. I get she's a paladin, okay? Chill. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Mystery solved? Yeah, right? That's just Sleepy was in the tank for like a good 10 minutes on that one, I guess. Good Sleepy. Wasn't really fun to be next to each other in graduation. It was a fun time. Fair enough. Fair enough. Lae'zel's pretty popular from what I've seen on social media. Not Shadowheart and Astarion levels, but up there. You think Astarion's really up there for like popularity with Shadowheart? Really? Did not expect that. Astarion fans seem to be hit or miss as far as like the kind of art they want. I actually had a request to do a commissioned piece of fan art for somebody. They wanted me to do a piece of an Astarion piece for them. I've never been commissioned to do fan art before. It didn't go through anyway because they wanted it. They didn't want to wait the time. They were okay with like the budget and stuff and what I quoted them. It's just when I told them it would be like 2 months before we started, they were like, oh no, I'm not waiting that long. I was like, okay, fair enough. There's a whole contingency there of Astarion fans that I didn't know about. Face blindness is not for the weak. Yeah, right? Lae'zel voice actress is really good laugh, or is a real good laugh, it seems. Yeah, she seems cool. I like all the Baldur's Gate casts. They're embracing their celebrity worthily, I think, within the D&D and greater video game sphere. Definitely Larian's done a very good job of marketing everything with the game and marketing the cast and stuff. It's like, I find that studios that invest in the personality of the voice talent is like, it always goes really well for the studio. You think about like old Blizzard and like the way they used to do like their sort of honor their Overwatch voice actors and stuff at BlizzCons and stuff and shit like that, and do like little, you know, interviews and media, and they still do, I guess. It's just not as popular. Like there hasn't been a BlizzCon in a while, so, or any kind of like YouTube content worthy of talking about for those games. But yeah, definitely Larian really knew what to do. They knew what they were doing there. Very intelligent, very, you know, good shit, Larian. Good job. Marketing division does well over there. I'm really excited to see what Larian does next, man. I'm really anticipating their next projects. They have so much like expectation on their shoulders right now, and I feel like they're going to deliver. It's just going to be a while before we hear anything, probably. I just hope it doesn't take another like 6 years for the next Larian CRPG. That would be annoying, at the very least. If we get Persona 6 before we get our next Larian title, I'm gonna be mad though. Okay, I've been thinking about Persona recently. That's more of natural since they did actual acting for mocap, not just VA, like having free marketing gold on your hands to use. Yeah, I mean, there's also a very kind of strange, and not necessarily strange, but just, I don't know what the right word is. We'll use strange. Like obsession with voice actors, and like good for them. Like definitely the voice actor brings a lot to a role, 100%. But like Critical Role and like, you know, conventions and stuff, the voice talent for characters seem to be like kind of revered alone, even in like independent of the writing and stuff like that, and the writers of characters and the creators and the artists, which I'm not saying is a bad thing, but it's just, I think it's easy because it's an interactable person, right? Because if you see an artist and like you talk to the artist who created Shadow Hearts design, or you talk to the writer who was the principal, you know, lead character writer or whatever, and you're not really going to like get the same kind of response to their presence as you will to the voice actress for Shadowheart or Asterion or whoever. And I guess it's just people can kind of like, they hear the person and it's not like this like arbitrary kind of like abstract individual. It's like, oh my God, that's Shadowheart right there or whatever. And not to say that voice actors don't deserve the credit. It just is always very strange to me how that like that kind of reverence works. And again, not a bad thing at all. It's just always kind of funny. But I think that when you like really like lean into that as a company and you really like highlight your sort of voice talent, like front and center, I think that's a great thing for like community building and stuff like that. People seem to love it, especially if they are, like you said, like actual actors and sort of mocap and whatnot, and involved more in the process, and they're like familiar and comfortable with the whole thing. Then they're more like, I guess, able to. There's a lot of people who do like voice acting and stuff that don't really have the desire or whatever to be like a person, you know, a personality as well. So if your voice actors are willing to kind of embrace that, that's pretty cool, I think. I think we should sabotage Persona. We don't need to sabotage Persona. Atlas is doing that with their timeline anyway. Atlas already decided to sabotage Persona by making the Persona 3 reload or remake or whatever it is. So we can meme hard about Persona, but at the end of the day, those games are bangers every time they come out, and so Atlas has earned the right to take as long as they want with their game releases. It's kind of like Larian. They could take as long as they want with their next game, and no one could really complain. I think CD Projekt Red sort of had that before maybe Cyberpunk as well. Blizzard definitely had that before, I don't know, whatever, Warcraft expansion got rushed. Maybe Warlords? Maybe? There are very few companies that can just say it's ready when it's ready, and people just kind of say, yep, okay, sorry, my bad, you know, ignore me. Person connect to voices even more than visuals. At times I can't remember the people until I imagine their voice. Yeah, actually, that's an interesting it's an interesting observation about why the voice of a character would seem to be more credited with the character than, but you do put, like, obviously there is a whole lot of personality behind the character put in by the voice actor. But it just seems interesting that that's the thing that people grab onto. So you'd have like in certain areas like video games, but like for comic books, sometimes the artist is more, or like comic book movies, like, or animation, comic book animation, superhero stuff. I don't know. I wonder if it's also relatability of their job. So like I can admire a concept of art and design, but I don't know the technique versus voice acting where I could think, how did you manage to sound like you're halfway crying? True. Also, it's also more singular too. That person, that like individual who did that individual who did like the solo, I guess, voice acting. Well, I don't know, because that's, hold on, are there, maybe there's single artists for this stuff. Well, anyway, at a big enough studio, the actual art and design and writing of a character could be like 18 different people. It could be completely collaborative, and not, you can't credit it with some person. But with the voice acting, it is only one person. With the performance, it is only one person. So that's also another like thing to grasp onto. Doesn't really apply for small studios, I suppose, but for big studios, it definitely does apply, I think. Again, not that it matters. I'm not saying that voice actors don't deserve the credit. I'm just observing the interesting way we sort of assign the credit, I guess, as fans of things. Well, don't worry. For the first Realms of Eldara project video game, I'm gonna hire a brilliant voice cast, okay? You watch out, man. It's gonna be great. Look out. It's gonna be a good time. I'm gonna hire the very nice lady who was the narrator for Baldur's Gate 3. And have her tell you, the player, that something regards you at some point in time. The skull regards you. Or the book regards you. Remember her name, Amelia something or whatever. Very bad with remembering people's names that do things. I don't remember a single person's name from the Baldur's Gate 3 voice cast. Holy shit, I'm the worst person. Except I think Astarion's voice actor's name is Neil. I don't know why I know that. Neil. Besides him, I don't know shit. I feel like Supergiant missed this a tiny bit. They nailed the VA in Hades, but I was trying to figure out who worked on it. It was actually a little bit tricky to find out much about the actors. Really? Hades is one of those games that I've never played, and I think I probably should, just because of Supergiant. Their reputation is like enough, you know. Yeah, I do remember the voice acting in that game being pretty like special. I've watched people play it on stream or whatever. Their cast was pretty involved, wasn't it? Yeah, I wonder why they didn't like thrust them out into the public front and center, you know. Neil before Astarion. Neil did win an award for his role as Astarion, so maybe that's how you remember. Yeah, maybe actually. He won an award. What award did he win for Astarion? He did invest quite a bit into it. I felt like he really threw himself into the role. I mean, they all kind of did, but maybe Astarion was a character that had a lot that could be thrown into it. I still have this urge to play through Baldur's Gate 3 again, and I'm not gonna kick it. I don't know what to do about it, man. There's no way I can like book the time to play another 100-hour playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 like ever again, probably in my life. But God, I want to. Best performance of the year. Oh, really? At like the Video Game Awards or what? Her shoutouts actress is called Jennifer English, since she popped up around Expedition 33 recently. Oh, is she in that game too? I've heard a lot of things about Expedition 33. People are saying it's like an Unreal RPG, and I kind of want to try it out. It's like also not a full price game or whatever, isn't it? So there's a good chance I could actually play it then, if I have the time. Claire Obscure. It's from a French studio, right? Old Ubisoft? The Video Game Awards. I see. Alright, well, good for him, man. That's fucking sick. Let's go. Enough of this Last of Us winning awards for voice and performance shit, man. Not that I have anything against The Last of Us, I just never played it. Super did not care about Last of Us when it came out. Like, when Last of Us came out, like a decade ago or whatever, it felt like it was another one of those like super like gritty Walking Dead grungy like kind of story games that I just didn't give a fucking shit about, man. I was so exhausted from games just trying super hard to be gritty, grungy, and whatever. And so I never played Last of Us. But it's just done nothing but win awards and shit since then. People love that game. Good for them, though, right? Okay. How are we liking this? Oh, wait, she looks dope. Hold up. I'm liking this design, man. It's looking kind of clean, yo. I do miss playing, like, popular video games, like the new releases and stuff. I think zombie and post-apocalyptic was rough. Yeah, I was a bit fatigued on it, I think, as well. Bro, if I wanted a zombie game, I'd play Left 4 Dead. I'm spiteful of Last of Us mostly because Last of Us 2 has the infinite amount of remasters that Sony is pushing out. That's a good point too, is like, I don't know how many Last of Us games there are, but I know there's a new Last of Us game release every 3 weeks. It's like new Skyrim or whatever. It's a good point, Alf. Love Last of Us, only watched it. Cannot watch anyone play Last of Us 2 because Joel's gone. Spoilers. I don't know who Joel is, but I'm very sad that he's gone. Yeah, they even made a TV show for Last of Us, didn't they? They filmed it close to where I live, actually, and some of it, the city stuff, in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, a city in the western provinces. Remember, that was a big thing. People were like, oh my god, Pedro Pascal's gonna be in our province. As if that matters. As if I'm gonna see him and be like, hey man, what's up? You wanna go play some D&D? I've never been like starstruck from like seeing people, like famous people in person. Never understood the obsession. Oh my god, what if we see a famous person? What if you do? Well, what then, you know? What are you gonna do? Have dinner with them? No. That's what's the problem here. Close to Blackwood? Exactly, yeah, close to Blackwood Dice. Mm-hmm. You're right about that. Really enjoyed on the PS4, very well sold story. Don't feel like I need anything after the first one. Really? So did you not play the second one, or were you just not like a big fan of it? Hey, Pedro made some dice for you? Yeah, right. Here's some dice, bro. I don't know about that, man. I never saw that guy shit in Mandalorian. I know he's done other stuff too, but good actor. Not that I watch media really anymore. I feel like I'm out of the loop. I don't know what's going on anywhere with anything at all, ever. And the first Last of Us game, everything else is canon, or isn't canon. Oh, I see, okay. The famous actor who lives near me, and he says he's going to wait, he's great going out in VT because no one gives a shit about who he is. Oh, in Vermont? Yeah, that's funny. That's actually kind of funny. More likely to recognize a book author or voice actor, not realize an A-lister celebrity is right behind me. Yeah, you know, like, if I go to a convention or whatever, I want to talk to an author or a creative, like, about what they do. I don't have any desire to talk to an actor about, not that I don't think that being actor is creative or whatever, but like the idea of like getting a picture with Hayden Christensen and you're like, hi Hayden, I'm a big fan. He's like, hey man, thanks, appreciate that. Click. Okay, cool, see you later. Like that picture wouldn't mean anything to me. You know, I'd rather go to a convention and like find an artist or whatever that I like their work and I can like talk to them and be like, hey, like what's up? Like, can I ask you about your process a little bit? I love your work. Can we talk about your stuff a little bit? That seems more interesting to me, you know, than anything else. Like if there was one person alive or dead that I could have dinner with, they're that like old meme, like who's your one person that you'd have dinner with? If alive or dead, who's the one person in the world that you'd have dinner with? And it can't be just removing the big ones. It can't be like Jesus. It can't be like, you know, fucking, I don't know, like Mufasa. It can't be fucking, you know, real. Not Jesus. That's not what I was trying to say. It can't be an obvious one. It has to be like a bit of a selfish one. Like it can't be like oh, I want to talk to George Washington or whatever. Has to be a bit of like a selfish, like creative, like whatever, you know. Not a top tenor, I guess, for that answer. And I'd want to have dinner with George Lucas. I want to ask him about writing like kind of archetypical stories. That's who my like one dinner guest, alive or dead, would be. But I'd want to have a conversation with him. So like a picture with George Lucas wouldn't mean much to me, but a conversation with George Lucas would mean a lot to me. And so, yeah, anytime I think about like going to a convention, spending $150 on a picture with somebody, it's like not my jam. Love that people love that, you know, love that for you. That's fucking awesome. If it jazzes you up, that's super sick. But I never cared about like, oh my God, you know, Sean Bean's going to be at this convention. I'm like, who asked? But if it's an artist or a creator that I can talk to and go up to their table and whatever, or panel or something, that really excites me. So yeah, I don't know. It's why like I wouldn't really care if I like saw a celebrity and, you know, or whatever. How is dice made anyway? What is it made of? What is dice? I know nothing. Ella makes her dice. Most dice makers make their dice out of a type of epoxy resin. And the process is very involved. So Ella 3D models her dice, then she resin prints them on a resin printer. Then she uses those 3D modeled resin printed dice to make master molds out of silicone that she will then cast her dice with all the different colors and everything else it inserts inside of. It's a very involved process that requires a lot of equipment. You need to have like certain pressure chambers and stuff like that. A lot of safety equipment because working with resin is very dangerous. So when she pours dice, I have to be in a different part of the house with ventilation and all that kind of stuff. Yuna in here, she's wearing a full like $600 fucking face respirator, whatever. It's a very involved process. And then once the dice are cast, and there's polishing, finishing, painting. It's a very involved process that is why, you know, they carry the price tag that they do, because they represent hours and hours and hours of work. But it's a very difficult process, I guess. You can find YouTube tutorials about it and stuff. Story's finished after Last of Us. Any continuation takes away from the ending. I see. Okay, that makes sense then. It was a bit needless then to have the second one or whatever. Maybe. Note to self, get an autograph from Evan and Elle if I ever attend the same con as them. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, it'd be the only way that Ella never shows her face on stream or whatever. She just doesn't want to be on the internet. You know, fair enough, right? The only people that have ever met Ella or know about her are people that have been at conventions. So you'd be part of a very, very secret group of people that have actually met Ella IRL. Way cooler than meeting me IRL, maybe, I think. Afraid how many of those dinner guest answers would be some kind of booba streamer, you think? I don't know. It can't be, the answer can't be the obvious. It can't be like, oh, Da Vinci, Napoleon, you know, whatever, Cleopatra. It has to be like kind of a more self-interesty one, like George Lucas or whatever, or some artist, or Stan Lee or something like that. My dinner comic partner would probably be Tamora Pierce. Her books got me into reading and greatly enjoyed all flavors of fantasy world building, and she's heavily involved in those fostering animals. That's awesome, dude. What books has she written? I don't remember authors so as much as I remember series and names. The only author name that I really remember that is like a book series that I've never read is Sarah J. Maas, just because every single time anyone's ever recommended me to read Sarah J. Maas, I've that's been a risky Google. So yeah. Whew. I probably need to know the name of the book series. That's dope. Had no clue it's 3D modeled, and yeah, I was wondering if it's being cast and toxicity. Yeah, so this is why L is so cool, because most dice makers, I'm not shitting on dice makers, most dice makers, they'll buy the masters for their dice, you know, and they'll buy existing masters that then they'll make into their dice. So they don't pick the typeface. They don't necessarily even, they pay to have somebody put their logo on top of the dice or whatever, but they don't do it themselves. Ella does it herself, where she 3D models it from the ground up, then she 3D prints it on a very, very expensive resin 3D printer, and then she casts that into molds that then she pours into dice, and anything else that she does, inserts whatever else, then goes into the casting process. So yeah, one of the cool things about Ella that doesn't, it's one of those things that doesn't matter to the average consumer, but it matters greatly to like the craft, is that Ella does her own dice from start to finish. That there's no middle person. There's no hiring somebody to buy masters off of them or to do whatever. That Ella from like, this is part of one of the reasons why Ella's so cool, is because she is a software engineer. She's also a mechanical engineer. She's got all this like brilliant, like Ella's brilliance in her like you know, own way, is that she can take things and create shit in a way that a lot of people can't, because she has so many different disciplinary sort of backgrounds and interests. You know, the fact that she's a creative and an artist and makes these dice and does all this stuff, but also is the technical side, and she's also a programmer and whatnot. It's really cool to watch her work, where she'll just like she'll learn all the software and all the hardware to make something happen, you know? And it's very cool to watch people like that work. My brother's kind of like that too. He's not as much of a software guy, but definitely he can make anything appear out of thin air. He built his own fucking engine for his own car. And if you know what goes into building an engine and casting parts and shit like that, you're like, oh my God, how did he do that? But Ella does that, but she also has on the software end. So yeah, it is one of the things that is really cool about her dice. Obviously, like if you buy your masters from another dice maker, like a person who makes masters or whatever, it doesn't make your dice lesser or whatever, you know, it doesn't make you as lesser as a dice maker, and it doesn't matter to your end product necessarily, but it is that extra little bit of like, just like, you know, Ella did it all herself, which is just kind of cool for her dice. But yeah, it's a very involved process. And then once you actually get your dice out of the molds and stuff, then you have to go to like polishing and painting, and the whole process is pretty involved for her. Because a lot of people also will just like throw their dice in like a general polisher or whatever, and she hand polishes everything. So that's why her finishes are always just a little bit better than a lot of people. So posted books, Discord, stream topics. The book on the far right is the first edition autographed. Ooh, hold on. Okay, what do we got here? The Will of the Empress. Oh, I've heard of this. I've heard of that one. These are all her books. You got the collection there. Bloodhound, Lady Night, Wild Magic, Wolfspeaker. I feel like I know the name Will of the Empress, and I feel like I recognize these ones right here on the bottom left here. I don't know any of these other ones, but I feel like I know the name The Will of the Empress, and I know these ones. Alana, the First Adventure, in the Hand of the Goddess, The Woman Who Rides Like a Man, and the Lioness Rampant. Rampant. I feel like I know those ones too. So that's cool, dude. That's rad. I mean, that's awesome. If you got an author that you like, that'd be a great dinner guest conversation thing. Like, seriously. Also, I just noticed this fucking comment on Ella's Instagram thing. I just glanced over as I was moving the window. If I end up going, I'm going to come eat the dice with love. What is wrong with you guys? What is with this dice devouring movement? You're all a bunch of weirdos, okay? God fucking damn it. Stop eating the dice, okay? Stop it. You're all prohibited, banned, barred from dice consumption. Congrats if you're winning. Let's go, dude. For now, right? Definitely it's next level having an artist make things for you versus them just throwing it on some print on demand service. Yeah, and like I think about this all the time as far as like if that like really matters, you know? Like if me doing a print, like maintaining my own print store is a good idea or not. And there's just a part of me that I feel like if you, it's the kind of thing where it's like the extra level, the extra steps might not matter to people, but I think that if it matters to you, the product you produce is better. You know what I mean? You care more about it. And I just have to believe that does translate through. The quality does, like, it's like when you do it that way, you're almost like not competing against other people because you're not like doing anything else anybody else is doing. You're doing similar stuff, obviously, making dice or making art or whatever, making prints, but there's just like a different level of, and especially like I have this hot take that honestly that I think that the future for like AI and stuff like that isn't actually as scary as people think. I think it's actually gonna be pretty bright for artists, because I think that we are going to have a rubber band effect. Like the way I see AI and things like that and like mass produced shit is it's kind of like if you go and buy a wallet and your wallet's a cheap piece of shit and it's just like, you know, some like whatever wallet off Amazon and it breaks and it's frayed and it looks like everyone else's wallet and it's kind of lame, and it was like, I don't know, $14 or whatever, and you have to buy a new wallet every year because it rips and is tattered and is shitty. People seek the wallet then that is made by like a leather worker, right? You know, and there's like a story to it. It's like bro's this like, you know, leather worker that makes all his stuff out of like, you know, some kind of fancy hide from wherever state or province where they live in, and it's all hand stitched, and it's a really good quality wallet. It might be $100 instead of $15. That $100 is going to last you, you know, 10 years plus or whatever. But it's also in that there's like a human element. A craftsman is making a thing, an artisan is doing a thing for you. It's bespoke, it's unique, it's individual, it's imperfect, it's beautiful, it's art, you know. And I think that with art and design and things like that, I think that people are scared that AI and AI art is moving into more of a soulless commodification of art, and it's true, it is. But I think what that's doing is it's causing fatigue. Because I think you can lie to the head about, like, you can lie to the mind about if something is real or not, and like the mind might not care, but the soul, and this sounds a bit woo-woo, the soul knows in some ways. There's some intrinsic quality to something when it's like made with like real human endeavor that feels different. And so the joke is, and this is a bit crass and crude, but how much of adult content is AI, and do you care? That's the joke for art anyway. And people are like, I don't care. I'll, you know, whatever. I'll enjoy it regardless. And the mind can be tricked like that, but I feel like the soul craves something real. And so when it comes to art or crafts, you know, crafts people, artisan trade, whatever it is, I feel like as things become more commodified and more soulless, as there's more of the Amazon, Walmart kind of like meta, the mass-produced, made in wherever shit, I feel like what that does is it highlights and separates the real like artists and craftspeople. And so a willingness to do stuff, like when I say that I do my print store all myself, and I maintain my own prints, and I sign my own prints, and like, you know, a print is made by me, held by me, has my own signature and my thumbprints on it, man. That sometimes means more than if you get a print for less expensive off of somewhere like Imprint or whatever, which isn't bad, by the way. I'm not, again, I don't ever want to shame artists for doing that and for going through that service and using print-on-demand services. There's nothing wrong with that, dude. I mean, like, for my merch, when I was doing merch, when we had a merch store, which was awesome. I have a whole new merch line that I need to order for myself to make sure it all looks good from a news service. So we should have some pretty cool Dragon's Claim stuff. I know people have been asking about that for the last 2 years. But anyway, I'm going to use a print-on-demand service. I'm not going to make it all myself, you know, because I just don't have the money to, right? It'd be too expensive. I will at some point in time maybe get Ella's friend Selena to make some Realms of Eldara merch, because she's a seamstress and does that for herself and stuff and whatnot. But that's like a further down the road. So I'm not shaming people who use like print-on-demand service and stuff. But there's a thing about when you do your stuff yourself, when you make your dice yourself, when you build your thing yourself from your hands, from your own effort, that there is a craving for that, and people don't realize they have it until it's gone. And I think that yeah, I mean, the mass-produced commodification of whatever, even art, it's going to make, like, with the amount of AI art out there, I actually think it's going to make art commissions like more valuable to people. You know what I mean? And I know it sounds like a crazy take. A lot of people disagree with me on that. They're like, dude, the world, like, you're too optimistic. The world is over. Like, the age of creativity is gone. People won't be able to tell the difference between a creative, like, whatever. The Turing test has been passed. You know, they won't be able to tell if it's art from you or from another person or whatever. But sometimes it's just in the story of it that matters. And I kind of like have to believe that matters, or else why am I doing this? And yet I think I don't think I'm on copium. I think that there is like evidence that suggests that people know when something is made by a person with love and care and intention and detail and intent, versus something just, you know, rolled off of a press or whatever, or, you know, a production line. What I'm concerned about is that this pushes every artist to some kind of streamer or content creator to get this. It's made by a human, and not everyone fit for this. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think that's definitely a good concern, but I think that if you can't sell the story of what you do, I don't think you need to create content. I don't think you need to be a content creator. I think you need to be a storyteller, though. So I don't think you need to be a streamer. I don't think you need to make YouTube videos. I think that you can be a Twitter artist or whatever and still do stuff and whatnot. I just don't think that like, yeah, it is going to push artists to have to change and evolve and tell the story of what they are, what they do, and who they are. But you can do that in your art too. So it's not just about like the reason people will watch a TikTok from me or whatever is because maybe I'm creating content around my art. Sure. But from the vast majority of people who hire me, they hire me because they say I don't see anyone do anything like this. Like there's no, like, I'm not competing with anyone when it comes to my art. When you sort of have like art that's very in vogue, a style, whether it's anime, critical role style, cartoony stuff, the American kind of whatever, anime fan art style, when you operate sort of within those niches, or sorry, within those stylistic like choices, and you're not in a niche, you're more hitting a broad audience. I think that's when you're sort of competing with people a little bit more, and that's maybe not a good thing all the time. So I think that like trying to find more individuality in your art is also sort of how you tell the story of your work. So I don't think you have to be. I don't think you have to feel a push to be a content creator, to be an artist, to prove you're like, you know, a human creating a thing. But I think you can just develop something that's like from the heart in a way, and do it with courage. And when you showcase that individuality, it's going to come out. It's going to come through. I think a lot of artists are very scared to do something from like true originality because they don't think that they can do it. That's the temperature I get from a lot of conversations with other artists. Is there's like apprehension of like, oh, well, people want this, or people want that, or people want fan art, or people want whatever. They don't want like, you know, they don't want what I want to do. It's like, yeah, maybe you're right, but I think it's still worth investing in. I think it's still worth the time, you know? Wish I could do what you do, but I just know I'd collapse mentally in no time. I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's anything particularly interesting or special or whatever about the stuff that I do around my art. I think it definitely is something that you can learn and do if you're interested in it. You just have to change your skill set up a little bit and adapt. But I don't think that it's impossible. It might be like, yeah, not for everyone, or just kind of like not what you want to focus your time on. That's totally fine. But I think if you had to, you probably could. You should give yourself more credit. You want what Evan does every time. Damn, bro, really? Every time. Okay. I'm gonna remember that. I'm gonna remember that. Yep. Yep. Well, I also don't think I'm a model for how to have a successful art career yet. Maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody, but at me when I have 100,000 Instagram follows, and I'll tell you, tell you how to have a successful art career. Still figuring it out. I'm just talking about my observations, not necessarily, and my like intuitions, not necessarily what the rules of it are. Easily get dunked on and told by a more experienced artist that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Easily get Steve sketched. Evan will remember that. He that's what I said. Yep. Yep. You heard me. You think I was lying, messing around? Please. Please, dude. And whether or not you should like do that as an artist, or you should just work faster, is like a debate. But I think it's one of those things that I just have to accept is the way it needs to be. You know? Stream topics? Oh god, okay. Let's see your stupid ass nails, Ella. Why, dude? Like, I say stupid ass nails. Look, the person you go to, she's lovely. As a human being, also as an artist. The fact that she hand paints this shit for you on your nails is unbelievable. And when I say this stupid art, I don't mean that her art is stupid. I mean the choice that you got such an ostentatious design on your nails. Okay. Stop with the orb. Stop with the reacting. No, I don't. I want everyone to disapprove of this. We're gonna shame Ella. Okay, we're gonna Madge. We're gonna Galaxy Disgust. See? Look. Goldie Disgust reacted by Evan. Look at how disgusted I am with Ella's nails. No, Sabine, stop. Stop encouraging her. God damn it. Oh, fuck. Also, Yuna spotted in background, just in case wondering. Also, surprise Yuna. Can tell by collar and caramel colored dog fur. Yuna's got such a weird coloration, man. All right, very nice, Ella. Kara did an amazing job. Good for her. How's nails last? I think Ella usually gets them done every 4 to 6 weeks. 5 to 6 weeks, around there? Yeah. 5 to 6 weeks. Yup. You know, we were out, like, Ella, since she started getting longer nails with art and stuff on them, so she wouldn't fucking chew her nails into oblivion. Ella's had long nails for years now. And there are certain things that Ella gets used to doing with longer nails that I look at her and I watch her doing it, and it just infuriates me. Like, when Ella's nails are really long, she's typing, or when she's doing anything on her phone or whatever, I can't stand it. And we had another one instance of that, where we were out Tuesday when I was at the hospital all day. We stopped and got some supplies at an art store, and then we stopped and got some supplies at a hobby store because I needed some like sleeves for cards and stuff. And so when we were at the hobby store, they actually had some Japanese booster packs of Pokemon cards, and they had the Eevee set for $15 a pack. Naturally, I had to get one because I really wanted to see what the cards were like inside. But we got a pack. And I handed it to Ella when we were in the car. I was like, here, you open this. Watching Ella open booster packs of cards with her long nails, that is painful. Okay, that one sucks. That one's tough. That's a little hard to do. So. Yeah, I don't know about that one. But I'm glad you guys are enjoying. I'm glad you're enjoying it, okay? It's Ella's favorite part of the week when she gets to post her fucking nails and stream topics, so congratulations. Soot sprites. Yeah, aren't they soot sprites, not dust sprites? Aren't they soot? Wait, yeah, aren't those soot sprites? Or is my Ghibli knowledge not, or sorry, Djibouti knowledge not up to standard? I fucking love getting corrected when I say Studio Ghibli by glasses adjusting weebs. Actually, it's Djibouti. And they'll proceed to mispronounce like 7 other Japanese words. Holy fuck. That shit almost makes you crash out. When you're speaking in English and then you overpronounce Japanese words. Or any other language words. Dude. Just for the show of it. Not because you're a native speaker. Oh my god, the weebs. I can't with them and Studio Ghibli. I can't, bro. Soot sprites, right? There's a monthly newt/lizard posting and a monthly nail pick in the community. I got it. No, so the newt lizard is not a monthly thing. It's a weekly meta. So Aduria will cheer 100 bits, typically most days of the week, to announce whatever the meta entry is. It's not this week. It's a newt/lizard meta. It's been everything. It's been plants. It's been I've tried and figure what the meta is. Sometimes it's like a couple weeks ago we had predatory birds from Canada. We had Alaskan animals. We have certain creatures from different, like, you know, phyli. What's the plural of phylum? The meta can change, and we don't know what the meta is until Monday, Sabine. So it'll be completely different next week. Could be the Great Ape meta back again. Who knows? Right? Looked up and remember it was soot sprites. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. The meta is a very interesting part of the week here. Duria puts a lot of time and effort into crafting the meta, I suppose. Fuck. Weird. We've never done the Pokemon meta, though. Duria's not a Pokemon fan. It's always been real creatures. Real animals. We had a cacti meta once. Speaking of the Pokemon meta, by the way, tomorrow is Machop Community Day Classic for both the Pokemon Go players in our guild. I know I'm going to go out and try and get a shiny lucky Machop with Ella. Look, Pokemon Go is great if you walk a lot, okay? It makes going for long walks a lot more fun for me. Leave me alone. To the metal is IRL animals the Pokemon are based on. Ooh, yeah, we might get that one day. That's a good point. I don't know about that one. That would be a strong meta, wouldn't it? It'd be a very strong meta. Oh fuck, man! I don't think I can open my window. I think there's like some shit happening today, like fertilizing or something, and I think I have to keep my window closed if I remember. But man, is it getting hot in here! I'm gonna take a break just to go get a cold drink, yo. Go get some 0-calorie Jello or some shit out of the fridge. Wait, that would slap. Hold up. Return of the Jesus Monkey. Yeah, that'd be a deep meta. Okay. Give me one sec. I'm gonna grab some ice for my water. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that will improve the situation. Here we. All right. What I miss? What I miss? An uprising? Oh, okay. Yeah. About right. Yep. Seems good. Seems normal. Okay. Okay, we good. It's a cursed idea. Wait, what is? It'd be hilarious. Instead of being booted by a bot for revolting, you have the change of getting relieved of your channel points. Oh. What are you saving your channel points for? I was thinking about doing actually something with channel points for sending people promos. I used to have a tier where I'd send people a print for 250,000 channel points, but I realized it didn't work because people were dumb. Yeah, that's why. It was because people were dumb. I'd have like a print of the month that I would do, like the Patreon print for 250,000 channel points, which is like a long time of watching the stream. I'd send them a print, but then people would like redeem it, and then they wouldn't tell me where to send a print, and then they'd complain that I never sent them their print, and I'm like, but so I realized just the barrier to entry for, like, you know, it was just too high, so I couldn't do that anymore. And ever since then, there's never really been anything you do with your channel points in this stream, so I don't do any of that like cutesy shit where you like paint with your left hand for an hour or whatever for 5 channel points or something. So it basically doesn't do nothing anymore. Very tragic, I know. Dwarf Lady achieved the whole Jadora in all her short glory of 112 years. Yeah, dude. Wait, she's 112? Goddamn. God damn, dude. I missed the do a mouse drawing redeem. Yeah, man. That was cracked. I want to do the promos for more stuff, like for Eldara promos, like figure channel points or something, or sub badges or whatever to do to send people Eldara promos as thank yous. I just don't know how to do it right. It's a little complicated. I'll figure it out, I'm sure. She's the oldest of the group. Ah, is it just the 3 of you, or are there other like companions and party members and NPCs with your little crew? Vesper, Alistair, and Janora. You're at 145,000. That's pretty good, dude. 164,000. Damn. You guys want to know who has the most channel points? Guess who has the most channel points and how many channel points they have. Just guess. Take a wild one, man. Jacob, thanks for the bits, bro. I always forget that actually costs bits to do. Appreciate it, man. Was it like 30 bits or some shit? That's a lot of bits to do that. Thorkin at 100 billion. Unrelated, but I follow a train of thought in my head of current topic. I can't wait for this year's EBA Inktober now that I have an Intuos. Ooh. Yeah, I think we're actually going to be doing an art challenge sooner than that as well, Fox. I think we're going to be doing a late summer art challenge. We were going to do a late spring one, but for some reason, I felt like it wouldn't hit. So we're going to do a late summer one. I think early fall as well. Had a few bits from there's less than TTS, so why not? Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Look, the bits add up. They go a long way, okay? Seriously. I appreciate it. Used to be 5 of us, but one got burnt from being in 3 other campaigns, and the other had his first baby. Oh, wow. And now it's up to us 3, and we set up a system for GM NPCs to accompany us that are plot relevant to the Curse of Strahd campaign. You know what? That's great. I love that. So I run, Sabine, a type of game that I like to affectionately call Mass Effect style D&D. Okay? Which sounds similar to maybe what you guys are doing. So the idea of a GM PC is like a really bad, that's a negative thing to say on the internet. You get accused of, the NPCs in my game turned into GM PCs. It's like really bad for some corners of the internet. But in all of my time playing D&D, the best game that I've ever played, as far as my players being happy and content and having fun, was a Star Wars Saga Edition D&D game I played with 2 people. And they collected a cast of NPCs that they absolutely fell in love with. They love those NPCs. And they would take them on adventures and stuff, and they would, like, you know, customize them and whatever, and it was like really fun. And it's kind of like Mass Effect, where you collect great NPCs that go with you on your adventures. And I love doing like DMPC style things like that with great NPCs that your party really loves. So that's awesome. That hit, like, that resonates, that hits. I feel that one in my gut. It's a great way to, like, if your GM is up to it, it's a great way of having, I guess, a bit of a bigger and more substantial cast with a smaller group of players. You ready? All right. I'm looking to you to lead the charge on the challenge then, Fox. You better keep up with it. You better keep up with Thorkin's pace on it. We call it Mass Effect system? Really? Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, all right. Yep. Because it is, man. Like, everyone hates, like, the idea of having DMPCs, and yet they'll play a game like Baldur's Gate 3 and be like, I love the characters, they're the best ever. But if you try and give your party, like, really cool characters to, like, go adventures with, they just, like, curse you out on Reddit and say, my arrogant, egotistical GM decided to put in a bunch of DMPCs because he's insecure and needed to be the center of attention. What a loser. So, I love doing NPCs for my game. I mean, it's going to be important for the one-on-one D&D game I'm going to run with Ella soon in July. There's going to be a number of NPCs that are going to accompany her. So I'd hope that they're fun to adventure with, you know? There is the occasional time that you'd have a brief conversation with yourself as a GM, though. Because the crew would be having a conversation about what to do with something. And then you'd be like, oh, wait, after this guy is done explaining this other character probably has something to say about it. And then you just have this like 5-minute conversation with yourself. You're like, that was weird. But, you know, whatever. Cast of 3 NPCs right now. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think for a Saga Edition game, there was probably, like, at the end of it, there was probably like 20 or so NPCs that were aboard the ship. But, like, maybe 5 that they really, like, utilized a lot. The others were just kind of like background side characters. The doctor, the engineer, things like that. They wouldn't take on adventures. But it was really fun. It was a great way of running a game campaign. And I think that definitely modern D&D players need to chill out about the whole GMPC meme. Not every NPC that your GM creates that, like, goes with the party is like a self-insert. Like, chill, man. Holy, right? Who is winning in channel points? It is Ella Blackwood. She has 2.2 million channel points. 2.2 million channel points. That is because Ella has watched probably every single one of my streams. There you go. And she's also a tier 3 sub. And you get more channel points at a higher sub count, point, whatever, conversion. You get like 1.4% or 1.4 times as many points. 2 point something? I don't know. You get more channel points collected at a sub for one and then at a higher tier sub. So that's like the hack, I guess. The pay to win hack for if you really want if you really want channel points in a Twitch stream, I guess. Post camping's Hero Forge minifigs, since you got a strong image in the final sketch now in Discord. Okay, I'll go check it out after. I want to finish it before I check it out, but I'm excited to see, actually. I'm looking forward to it. Post camp, who is winning? Wait. I feel like I missed something. Oh, I changed. Okay, sleep. Yeah, I changed your answer. Evangeline with 7 million. No, it's not. It's not Evangeline. Sleepy. No. Project Evangeline doesn't watch my stream. Last time I saw Project Evangeline in my stream, I almost banned her. So. Ugh, VTubers, am I right? I'm not sure on VGen if I should brand my VGen account as Evan Blair Art or as Project Evangeline. I actually don't know if it's like funnier that way. I will adhere to whatever I think is the more hilarious way of doing it. So there is that, unfortunately.
Visitors, how exciting.
For better or worse. Oh shit, yo, thanks for the raid. What's up, Ryufu? Good to see you. What's going on, guys? Ryufu Silverlight, thank you for the raid. What's going on? How's stream? Hello, friends. Welcome in. Tell me your tales. Tell me adventures had. Conquests made. Creativity unbound. Last seen playing D&D. What were y'all doing over there? Were you actually playing or doing some world building or campaign prep? Tell me your stories. Yo, go slap a follow down there. Holy shit, man. You're on a favorite artist, man? Really? Oh, dude, I'm honored. Thank you. You're too kind. That's a humbling thing to hear. Always making homebrew content? Hell yeah. What was the project today? What are we doing? That's dope, actually. I'm impressed. That's hard to keep up a cadence of new homebrew builds and stuff like that. Well, that's rad, dude. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, my friends. We are doing some character requests today from Coffee. So we're doing a dwarven monk character for somebody today, which is awesome. And then we'll be doing some Astral Knight and other Eldar related world building art later on after this, but I'm taking my time enjoying it right now, so I'm just chilling. But get cozy, man. Weapon attack spells. That's dope. Okay. All right. All right. We're serious then. Okay. I feel it. Well, that's really fucking cool. I appreciate the raid, though. Thanks for stopping by. Sign up with Project Evangeline and sign in with EBA, the Evangeline. Wait. Sign up with Project Evangeline and sign with the EBA. The Evangeline be problematic? I'm confused. I have no idea what that means. Zero clue what that means. I'm not. You guys speaking crayon today? I think there's missing context there that I might not be having. Explain like I'm 5. Really need it? Wait, what? Oh, and thanks for the shout out, Bizzo. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know if the VGen stuff should be through Project Evangeline or not, or if it should be through me. I'll probably just do it through me so it's like brand consistency, but the Evangeline thing would be really funny. I think there are people though that would want me to work for, like, want to do work with me, but they wouldn't know Project Evangeline and would actually like get confusing. So I don't want to confuse the clients. All right, even if it's for a meme, I don't want to confuse the clients. No matter how funny I think it would be, these are people who are dedicated D&D enjoyers. I don't want to mess with them that hard, so probably just do EBA instead of PE. I might stream them on Project Evangeline's Twitch channel, but if I ever get a VGen request, though, because I am fully willing to never get a single VGen request ever. I'm gonna be the highest charging VGen artist on the entire site. Holy God, man. VGen artists do not charge a lot for their time. It's very bizarre. It's kind of the problem though with, like, I've had a couple of requests and commission requests and things like that posted to me by VTubers. I think that there is like this culture within the VTubing community of like art never costing fucking anything, and I don't know why. But I had someone aggressively and generously offer to overpay me for a project. And we talked about this actually yesterday with a friend project, and it's reminded me last night. But they're like, I am gonna pay you a fair rate, and I pay my artists well, so I'm willing to pay you like $200 for this thing, man. I'm not taking no for an answer, and you're taking the full 200. It's like, wow, it's really generous of you. How do I tell them the project was going to cost them 600? You know, that's the one thing I'm worried about with the VTubers, is that I feel like the VTuber art space is just very weird. And so maybe VGen's gonna be a bad idea, but we'll see. We'll see. Project Evangeline Entertainment, also known as PEE. Ah, yes. Yes, right. Of course, Bizzo. How could I forget? Fuck. Why are you on DJ hours right now, Bizzo? What project are you working on right now? Why are you awake? I'm concerned whenever I see you in stream chat now. I'm like, are you burning the rope, I guess? Or are you just feeling a little degen this week? It's just past midnight, it's fine. Okay, I guess. I suppose. I haven't been live that long, have I? Yeah. 3 hours. Fair enough. All right. I'll give you a pass on that one. Minutes, all right. It's about when I've been going to bed recently anyway as well. In bed at midnight, up at 6 a.m. We gotta go to the gym, bro. I got freaked out when I went to the gym at 5 something yesterday, or the day before. Yesterday, because there's this like group of people that are always there at the gym when I get there, and they're always there when I leave. And they were there like an hour before. Like I was like, damn, how long do you guys spend at the fucking gym, man? You guys are here like after I leave at 8, and you're all here at like 5 something. What the fuck, man? I gotta get my shit on point, bro. I'm gonna go to the gym for like an hour and a half every day. People are like here for 3 hours plus. It's dedication, man. We'll never be a real artist at this rate. Usually night owl into the AM, but I have such a messed up sleep schedule that I'm up during the day. Oh, really? Yeah, I used to love being a night dweller. I loved that I could like play games with my friends late, you know, we'd like play Warcraft or whatever late into the evening, and then they'd all go to sleep because they'd all have like real jobs, and I'd be up for another like couple of hours. So they'd all get off at like, you know, they're all Pacific Coast ish, so they'd all get off like at what, you know, 11 their time, so midnight my time, and then I'd be up until like 2 or 3 a.m. and it was all quiet, and I could just like do whatever I wanted and do some work or whatever, and it was like really nice. I actually really liked it. But I realized just how bad it is for me, you know, because if I don't wake up and go, if I don't do the gym early, I will not do the gym. You can't convince me to go to the gym after stream. I just can't do it. It's too busy there. It's too annoying. I'm too tired. I'm too whatever. I will not exercise in a day if I don't do it first thing in the fucking morning. So I had to completely change my sleep schedule so that I was like up at 6:30 every day. And it's tough during the winter when it's dark out. When it's light out right now, it starts getting light out like 5 something here, like maybe about 5 a.m. ish. So it's super easy to wake up in the morning right now. But that whole 6:30 a.m. shit when it's like January, that's tough. That's seriously tough. On VGen, sign in as Evangeline, but you still sign the work. Oh, sign the work I see as EPA. So it looks like Evangeline is taking the ownership of your art. That's fine. Okay, I see. Right. It's like getting it through Evangeline, but Evangeline is just outsourcing it to me. Yeah, okay. I tell myself to sleep at 2 and crawl into bed at 3. You goblin. You goblin. I'll also do my walk first, or I won't do them, but getting up early is kind of hard, and I can't push sleep schedule forward anymore, as my favorite streamer still is late into the evening. Oh my god. Guys, stream starting at 8 a.m. now. For the rest of the year. Instead of 10 to 3, we're doing 8 to 3. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to get that shit done early in the day. If I'm going to get it done at all, it's going to happen early. Yeah, how much does your sleep schedule change when you're out at sea, Jacob? You have to be on like a night shift or some shit for like weeks at a time? I go to bed at 11, be up at 7 to start work at 8. That's a great schedule, to be honest, Sabine. That's lovely. 11 p.m. You're not like in bed at 9, like being like a weirdo or whatever. Up at 7, great. That's perfect. You know, 11 to 7, I think is maybe peak as well. I realize that I have to be ready for 10 and not feel rushed for breakfast or anything else in the day for stream. I have to be, because I start work at about 9-ish. I come upstairs and I'll start, you know, answering messages or whatever at 9, do some prep or whatever for stream. So to be ready for 9 and like streaming at 10, I think I have to be up at 6:30, be at the gym by 7. But I love days where I don't go to the gym and I just wake up at 7. You go to bed at 11, get your full 8 hours. That's so like responsible too. Like people don't realize the power of sleep. We all like meme about how hard we are and how cool we are because we don't sleep. And people like always say like, oh, I'm the type of person where I can function on 5 hours of sleep, man. It's funny. I watched this like neuroscience podcast where this guy was like a sleep fucking neurobiologist, Giga Chad, whatever, Stanford professor homie. And he was like, yeah, that doesn't exist. Yeah, the percentage of people that can actually properly function off of less than like, you know, 7 to 8 hours of sleep is precisely 1% of 1%. It's not you. You'd be doing more if you could go to sleep better. I was like, damn, because I always thought I was the kind of person that could like function on very little sleep because I had to during like my younger years in school and stuff like that. But absolutely, dude, if I'm clearing like 7-8 hours of sleep for a week, I am a machine. My productivity, my ability is so much like, oh my God, other artists will just be aghast at the idea of the hours that I work. Because they're like, how are you not just tired all the time, man? Because artists have degen schedules. Every artist I know is like 3 to 5 hours of sleep a night, and they wear it like a badge of honor, you know? 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Yeah, you don't like that shit? Work from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. and then breakfast, then overtime, 8:30 till 10:30 a.m. Rest and lunch. Then 12:30 is rest. Work again from 4 to 8 p.m. and sleep. Wow, that's a crazy schedule, man. Let's head out to lunch with the parents and boyfriend. Thanks for stream. Can't wait to see Janara finalized later tonight or tomorrow. Absolutely. Sabine, thank you for the requests again. This is the third and final request from Peerless Sabine on coffee. So if you guys have enjoyed the other 2 requests, I don't know, man. Give Sabine some credit for having some amazing characters. So please enjoy your lunch. Hope you have a great time. I'll catch you later. And as a sleeper agent of the government, don't listen to his propaganda. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, my bad. My bad. Yeah, my bad. Called out, identified, right? Right? It's such a sacrifice, though, to try and have a good sleep. You know? It's one of those things that, like, trying to figure out the schedule to like be able to do things you want to or improve in the way you want to is like the hard part. Like people talk about it being difficult to improve at art or to like lose weight or do like difficult things in life. Every time I've done some shit like that that's difficult, it's because I've like tried to figure out a way to set up a system that works for me. So like the hard part of losing weight isn't going to the gym, it isn't learning exercises, it isn't cutting. I mean, cutting fucking sucks. It was changing my life to a point where I was like in bed at a reasonable time. That was the sacrifice. The sacrifice to lose weight, to start like my health journey, was not like fucking Cheetos. The sacrifice was World of Warcraft. Which is like funny when you think about it. Did Little Bird tell you that, Blaze? You trust the birds? Oh no. Blaze, listen to the birds again, Bizzo. Not again. It's a better schedule than the 12 to 4 watch. That does sound rough, I think. Now you're gonna try telling us that the Earth is a globe? God damn these Discers. The anti-orbers, man, the Discers, they're coming out again. I thought the Earth was a donut. Shit. Oh, fuck. I'm such a fat guy. I just thought about donuts and just got hungry. Oh, God, man. I've had, like 3,000 calories in the last 3 days. My brain is fucking cooked. Oh, my God. Holy. Okay. Okay. Oh, boy. What's up, Sedix? Wait, why my alert's not working again? Did it play? Wait, what? Did I miss it? Am I dumb? Did I just not hear it? The fuck? 800 bits, Sedix. I appreciate that, but what the hell, man? Because I see it in my alerts. If it doesn't play, it doesn't show up in my alert box, but I see it in my alert box. Okay. Well, thank you for the 100 bits, Sedix. What are we doing today? Sleep. Never heard of it. What is that? Error 404. Sleep not found. You gotta get some sleep, Sedix. I thought that maybe I just didn't hear it because my hearing has been fucked and my head is not in the right spot for listening to shit. I like completely zoned out of D&D for like 3 minutes last night and just didn't hear anything anyone was saying because my ears weren't working properly. Or my one ear wasn't working properly and my face was compensating for it by just not listening to anything apparently for like a good 5 minutes. I had to zone back in and try and collect myself. But thanks to the bits, Senex. I appreciate it. Your bits go a long way to supporting me and the Dragon's Claim, Master Blackwood. So, thank you. Oh, also, Senex, I won't be able to ship it out anytime, like in the immediate, like kind of next week or so. But I did finish your crumbs. I finished all your sketches. I'm getting ahead of things, so I'll have to see if you want those sent out when the next round of mail goes. As soon as Canada Post is off strike. Jesus Christ, man. Our stupid postal service. Holy, man. So unbelievably trolled by it. You'll leave this as a straight collar. I kind of like that more, actually. Not as like a jeweled thing or whatever. Simple clothing, all right? It's the monk. Canada Post still a service, likely provided by the government. Yes. Yeah. Yep. It is a service. And they're on strike from the government.
Also,
so
how's the law holding up?
Why'd that one work? Wait, what? All right. Good. I have. I think I'm gonna drop 5 Horizon-based articles on the weekend. So if you're interested, keep an eye on the Eldara development moot and on Patreon. Be posting them over on Patreon with the other updates, and then I'll probably post on the dev moot a little bit later. But yeah, man, some new articles. I don't think these ones are gonna have art with them, but they're pretty deep lore stuff. So we went full capitalism and privatize that shit. Now it costs a kidney to send a mail. Oh, really? Damn, bro. Yeah, I mean, Canada Post is still a government service, and it is rough. It is a little rough. So, all of our prints and stuff that I'm sending out, for the most part, for Patreon stuff, are still getting sent out at the adequate, proper time. We're just paying a lot more for another service that'll, like, courier them to USPS. My friend helped me with some audio stuff, so hopefully this weekend we'll have less to do. Oh, right on, dude. What did you set up? Did you get, like, OBS stuff set up, or what did you actually do? That's dope, Alf. Glad to hear it. Let's go, bro. Yeah, fuck Canada Post, man. They're not losing shit. They're taking forever for stuff. And if they're not taking forever for stuff, they're striking. The Christmas strike really just pissed me off. Like, that just really ended my, you know, my fucking sympathies for it. I was like, okay, guys, come on. Can't you all figure this shit out not during the time when I need to mail a bunch of shit? Please. He's telling me about some filters and how to use and adjust them. Oh, really? Like in OBS? Oh, okay. Well, that might just be what we were gonna do anyway. So we'll see if we can I don't know. We'll see what we can do. That's awesome, Alf. We'll see what the audio quality for the next podcast is like, hey? Any topics for the next podcast that we can be excited about? For Orb? All right, listen. Listen. Ooh, I get to mail Alf and Samurai stuff for this month for Patreon. I forgot. They're far away, man. Just send them their good shit. For OBS, not Orb. Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. That was basically what we were gonna do, is just Orb I mean OBS Orb filters, so make your voice sound all buttery. And so you can start doing your ASMR, Alf. Your D&D ASMR. You walk into a tavern called the Damarian Glade. Elven architecture and dwarven food immediately mingle for a multifaceted experience. At the bar, a strange man with a raven on his shoulder glances back at you. 3 chairs in the corner are empty, and yet subtly shifting on their own. What do you do? We might review Daggerheart and look into it and think about how we tell stories in Daggerheart compared to D&D. Interesting. Okay. You're really feeling the Daggerheart thing, hey? Why? Okay, so why are people talking about Daggerheart more right now than other, like, systems? Did they just, like, do a proper release of it, or what? What happened recently, I guess, with Daggerheart, that it's on everyone's mind now? I feel like I missed something. Definitely missed some shit with that. How do I want to frame this? That's the wrong layer. Not like that. Okay, well. Just released Flay this week. Oh, wait, so it's like out then. Okay, well, cool. Good for them. Congratulations, Critical Role. Is that the company that like what? Who's publishing this shit? Are they self-publishing, or do they have an RPG company they created? Is this like Critical Role Incorporated, or is this like a new company they made? I wonder. I'm just gonna say Critical Role. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Maybe I should consider picking up Daggerheart. You know. I'm sure there's some interesting ass shit to talk about for the new system. Gotta put some scratches and some dents on her armor, alright? Leather armor, man. How does it? Growth Company, Darrington Press. Oh. Oh, that's their company? That's the company that makes or that publishes their like comics and shit and stuff, right? Isn't it? That's what I was wondering, if they had something like that, or if they were working with like Cobalt or whatever. Interesting. Interesting. That's cool. Still, man, good for them. Like that's rad. I'm always impressed by projects and ambitious things like that. Make your own company, make your own game, make your own whatever. It's just so much more interesting to me than the average nonsense out there, you know? That's really cool. And then, do we know when Draw Steel is coming out? Because that I think is the more like, I'm concerned that Daggerheart is going to be too like of a narrative, sort of like open-ended game system that I might not be interested in, like too 5e, you know, and less like number crunchy and chunky. Just because Critical Role fans, I don't think they like. I think they like more narrative systems, and they don't necessarily tolerate more like, you know, crunchy systems. And so I could almost guarantee or be positive that Daggerheart's more of a narrative system, which is great. You know, people are going to love that, but not necessarily a system for me, maybe. But I think that Draw Steel might be the thing that I'm like, you know, ready for. That might be my jam. We'll have to see, I suppose, when it comes out. I really wish I had been able to back the Kickstarter whenever it was, but it hit at a really bad time for me, so I didn't get to do anything with it. I'll read it just to see about when we look at it on the podcast this week. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, man. I'm gonna be able to delete our delete sketch here. Ooh, yeah, dude. Nice. Okay. Okay. Where do we go next for this? We need some more like stitching and things like that. Do some seams and whatnot for our leather armor. Might get a little annoying, but I think it'll look good. Welcome back, Sleepy. I mean, honestly, the current like landscape of TTRPGs is like pretty weird. I think there's a lot of people that are not really feeling it. It feels like the whole D&D as the only system type thing, but no other system seems to be like kind of hitting right for people. I wonder if the brand sort of like just power behind D&D is just too strong, you know? You just can't have other systems that can grow and be, you know, replacements or the D&D killer or whatever it is. I'm not convinced that there needs to be a D&D killer, but it's just interesting that there's so many people that are like so discontent with D&D as a system and 5e, but no one's really delivering on, I think, the product that needs to sort of like be out there to kill, like to kill D&D or to like replace it or whatever. I don't know, man. I don't think that can happen with one system in the modern age. I think everyone just needs to start getting used to playing different systems and like kind of playing a different system based on the kind of game they want to play. And that's it. So maybe like with the addition of Draw Steel for the more hardcore, or Dagger Heart for the more narrative and casual, and D&D kind of as the introductory big brand in between. Like, I wonder if that's the future for it. Things like that. I focus on chores. You got 3 things left on the list. Good. Get those chores off there, man. Nothing like having a good old list, Sleepy, and crushing it. I'm a big list fan. I don't know. Like making lists for a day of things I need to accomplish, or a week or whatever. Helps like rid the brain of the burden of carrying the knowledge of what you have to do. You know what I mean? I don't want too much hatching down here because I don't want to like over render, over detail when there isn't even the part of the portraiture. I don't know how far down on like the bust of a character, like how much of the portrait bust versus the kind of like getting closer to the half body to do for these. I think it'll have to like fit or feel between each character, which one is kind of like which. Also, it might come down to like some details as far as like who needs what extra details. What color hair does she have? She has brown hair that she keeps in a neat ponytail. All right. We'll darken her hair up a little bit. Do her first fill layers. Fill 50. Let's do that one. Am I still recording? I am. Sick. I was concerned that I had stopped recording. Like what happened the other day, I had to rip it from the VOD. Oh my god, man. This is why I can't be trusted to stream anything, man. I don't record. I don't hit record when I need to. I don't remember to clear my hard drive out so that I can record. Thank God I don't play a live play D&D game, right? Yeah, what's up, Salesian? Good to see you. Hello. Thanks again for the request on Coffee, Salesian. I'm really excited to do that for you. Very much gonna be fun. Okay. Ooh. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Here we go. Okay, that works, I think. Yeah. Yeah, man. You've been gifted subs and not realizing for multiple days? Oh, really? You just don't even realize, Conk, that you just don't have you have the ad-free viewing experience? Congratulations on your gifted sub, bro. I'm glad it sounds like a good one. I'm excited. Female dwarf today. So not just a female dwarf. The only female dwarf anyone has ever asked me in my modern art career to ever draw. No one has ever asked me to draw a female dwarf. And I know it's a meme because people would say, like on TikTok and shit, like, bro, why don't you ever draw female dwarves? Bro, you gotta draw a female dwarf. Draw a female dwarf, man. And I'm out here like, fine, someone request it, you know? I don't have time to draw like just everything for my own game. I have to do like commissions and shit. So there's some things if people don't request it, I'm just not going to draw it like anytime soon. And people were thinking that I was like just hating on the female dwarf players out there. To be fair, there's only 2 of them, but still. Someone finally broke the curse, broke the meme, and asked me to draw a female dwarf. Finally. So I march towards this goal. Attempting not to screw it up, man. A very, very lovely client that I've had over on Coffee. Dishes doing now. Laundry. Oh, I see. You got the whole list there, Sleepy. Not just a little list for today. You got the whole fucking list. Well, good luck. So it is nice. Like one of the things that is really cool about doing like a lot of pieces for like clients and stuff like this is that I do get to do things that I don't normally do for my own world. Not that there aren't like female dwarves in Eldara, but it's just there's none that are characters that are major enough right now to have art for them. So there's that. There's that too. To be fair though, like people will request in videos that I draw things. You know, I guess just for whatever reason. They'll just want me to draw it. And I always love the messages where someone's just like, draw a female pixie sprite with a sword, but you don't have to if you don't want to. Like they gave me permission to not. I'm like, thanks, dude. Oh man. I thought this comment would just like lock me in on it. Oof, thank God. You're okay if I don't do it. That's crazy. Right? That always kind of makes me laugh a little bit. I try my best not to, you know, respond or whatever in a sarcastic way, but I always kind of want to. Come on, man. I don't want to be an asshole. I want to be nice. I'm gonna be kind. I'm gonna be gracious. Even when you don't feel like it. Probably try and bang out a whole bunch of requests on the weekend, though. I don't have a ton of stuff that's going to occupy me outside of work this weekend. Except for my brief jaunt out to the mall for Pokemon Go Community Day. I fucking love doing community days with Elle at the mall, man. An excuse for us to go out in this economy? Sometimes we get even food at the food court. Dude, it's such a luxury to buy food at a food court now. And I was thinking about this the other day, where we don't even think about going to restaurants anymore, you know? The luxury is, like, date night out would be like, ooh, we go to a food court at a mall. You know? Last time we went out for lunch or whatever, we went out to a pretty inexpensive Japanese place, and it was still like $50 or whatever. Like, oh my god. Just can't eat out ever. What do we do about the cape? What do we do with the cape? Might leave it, actually. Let me just do the collar darker as well and balance it out. Great using the word commission to post these days. I get so many DMs. You get like put on a list. Yeah, I mean, I'm really bad at responding to my Instagram DMs. But if I go into my like my requests or whatever, it's like and my commissions are closed, so these are all requests asking me about when my commissions are open. So yeah, I mean, getting work is good, right? It's great if you're like, you know, charging an adequate rate and stuff. Then like more work is better, you know. I don't think I'm on a list or anything. I don't think I'm that well known yet or whatever. But yeah, man, I understand. It's like, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I don't even mind telling people like, hey, I don't know when the commissions are gonna be open, but people will ask me for like quotes on stuff. They're like, okay, well, how much is it gonna be when it's open? And it's like, I don't fucking know, man. Maybe I'll raise my rate by 20%. Like, if there's one thing I don't want to do, it's commit to like rates and quote people stuff for like work I'm gonna be willing to do in the fall. Because there's nothing worse than getting locked into a rate that you didn't want to like charge or whatever. You feel bad. You're like, ah, fuck, you know. Not to do this piece for like $300 when I'm charging $600 for it. And you're like, yeah, I honor that shit when I agree to it. I'm just not agreeing to it anymore because of that reason. That's why I just say commissions are closed. I don't even have like, I'm only willing to take wait lists from people that I know from stream now. I'm not willing to take waitlist requests from people that I don't know. Because if they don't know like the way that the schedule is going to work and stuff like that, then it's just not worth it. You know? These are artists looking for work, but they're scam accounts. Oh, really? Weird. I do get asked for art trades, I think. You know? Every once in a while. And keep an eye on YouTube chat as well. Yeah, I'm trying my best today, Bizzo, but appreciate that. People actually stream like that where they have to do requests that chat makes. Seems like that would be a special stream for people that unlocked or something, not that regular. So I did that for a long time. Salesian, I would do Friday requests where I would open it up as a role for people to roll, and then they could request basically an hour-long sketch. And it was really fun because there was a lot of people in my community that needed art for their D&D game that I couldn't do art for. Because obviously like either they can't afford it or I don't have time or whatever, like, and so I could do little tiny sketches for them. It was really great. I had to stop doing that at a certain point in time because people started becoming expectant of it, you know, and it was like kind of weird. It was like, I don't know, just people would be like, oh, you're only getting through 4 sketches today. Oh God, I spent the whole day here like rolling on sketches and I didn't win any. It's like, dude, then just don't be here. Like if that's why. So I found that it attracted a certain section of the community that I did not necessarily want to have in my stream, right? So it's kind of the issue with doing any kind of a giveaway as an account at all. If you do a lot of giveaways, I think you kind of collect a certain type of person. I've heard that about a lot of streamers that do giveaways for various like game codes and stuff. And I realized that I had started that with my own art stuff. So I used to do that. It was fun. But it was fun because I'd also do it in a way where I'd say, tell me what it is and what it does, and don't tell me what it looks like. And if you gave me a visual description, I'd automatically disqualify you and roll the next person, because it'd be annoying because it wasn't supposed to be a commission. It was supposed to be a design exercise, like a fun thing. So someone would go in this whole like massive, like 5-page long backstory on a sword. And I'm like, just tell me it's a sword that does lightning damage when it crits or whatever, you know, or whatever. Or like a sword that a demon lives in that's a demon of ice. And I do a cool design based on that. And so I did a ton of design. I did locations and items. I didn't do characters because people could never give me a brief description of their character. Ever. I'd never do characters for that because that was the one thing that people were very like stuck on the details. So they'd be like, oh, a man in his 40s with dark hair and a mean expression. And I'd do that and they'd be like, oh, this doesn't look like my character at all, man. He has long, wavy black hair and has dark brown skin and a scar on his lip. I'm like, well, you didn't say any of that. So how, you know. So characters, I would never do that for those Friday requests, and yeah, I don't know. It was fun, and I think some artists will do that kind of thing. But it was definitely the wrong kind of like, you get the wrong kind of follows out of it. You know what I mean? People would be very expectant of your free sketch Friday, and if you didn't do it, they'd be like upset or whatever. You know. So yeah, I just stopped doing that after a while, but now it does seem weird or funny when people like on the internet are like, yo, make sure you do this character because I requested it in a YouTube comment. I'm like, you know. And I do see that actually in YouTube chat every once in a while. I'm not sure if you can scroll up today, I think. But people will see, I'll occasionally see in YouTube chat someone be like, draw a pixie with a knife or whatever. I'm like, what? Hello to you too, I guess, you know? They seem to have the finesse with those sketches that I had. Ah, yes. Yes, the rolling finesse. So, yeah. They just showed at you in the chat. They aren't even following the rule method and being fair. Yeah, this is weird. This is weird. So I might do a sketch request Friday. like through the summer here and there. I just wanted to put it on cooldown for a long time. So that it's like really fun when I bring it back. I've even done it in the past where I've done like sketch requests where I then like make a print of the card or whatever of whatever the sketch request is and then mail it to them. That's for like special events like big anniversaries on Twitch and things like that. Like really fun, cool ass giveaways, stuff like that, which is really fun to do. But or you know, the other thing was really annoying is people would like start requesting things that are just like kind of trolly or whatever. Like they'd request things that they know are like kind of dumb or like would be dumb to see me draw. And at a certain point in time, if someone was doing that and like kind of requesting stuff just to troll me, I'd just be like, nah, fuck you, and re-roll them. And they'd be like, but you gotta follow the rules, man. I won the sketch requests. It's like, yeah, but you asked for something stupid that you'd want to make me draw because you know that it'd troll me. And like a joke is one thing, but me spending an hour and a half on a sketch for you is a bit different. So I'm re-rolling you. So yeah, it's enough things like collected where I was like, I'm done with this for a while. I think it's probably okay now. I think a lot of those kind of problem like people are like they filter out of a community pretty quick when they're not going to get what they want or they're like free art or whatever for like enough weeks. They just like stop showing up, and so it's probably actually safe now to do some sketch request Fridays or whatever again. Maybe I'll do that leading up here. So I'll be missing a couple Fridays through June because I'll be away at conventions with Ella. Seeing if anyone wants to buy my silly art, Being disappointed over and over again while people say, Evan, where's your free run fan art? No one wants to see your D&D art, Evan. Everybody wants free run art. Get with the program, nerd. Maybe I'll do one leading up to that or whatever. Maybe it'd be kind of fun. Chat's quiet today? I don't think so. Chat's been pretty active today. What are you talking about? I think you missed quite a bit of the stream there, Conk. That's okay, but... No, it's been fun. People have been chilling. What do you mean, bro? Maybe something you do rarely, like once a month or something, maybe less, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And like, yeah, it's fun, but I wouldn't want to track that group back in or whatever. So there's no essays today. Yeah, for real, right? Maybe do unlimited to Eldara stuff, landscapes and items you want to see from the world. That's a great idea, actually. People could request stuff for Eldara. Oh, that's a really fun idea. I could have like a list of things or whatever that people could kind of like pick from of like, or like either a list of things that's kind of pre-established, or if they just know, they're like, oh, I know there's no art of this order hall or that or whatever. So some people did that occasionally, Sleege, and they like Sir Cobalt, whenever he would win a sketch, he'd want to see something from Eldara, or like Secondhand Samurai, a couple other people. They would, whenever they won a sketch, they'd want to see, yeah, ooh, that's not a bad idea. I'm also like, that's also kind of funny because I'm going to be opening up an Eldara basically like sponsorship tier on Patreon where someone can basically do that. Just point at a thing they want to see in Eldara and just get it done. Like direct my art for that month or whatever. So doing like request streams like that would be fun too. They'd have to be within a small scope though. If someone's like, oh, I want a portrait of like the Empress of Kelhet. It's like, that's a bit of an in-depth sketch. But that'd be really fun for a stream, actually. That's a great idea. I love that. How much for fan art of Mona from Genshin? I don't even play Genshin. I actually like Mona. All right, let's see. Let's see Mona from Genshin. Hold on. Let's see. Is this going to make me or put me on a watch list? Genshin Impact Mona. If I'm Googling a character from Genshin, there's at least probably like a 38% chance that they're a lolly I'm going to go on a watch list for. Mona from Genshin. She real close to putting me on a watch list for Googling this, man. I'm probably safe, but just by like a thread. I could do Genshin art, fan art of Mona. This is the kind of character that I think I could do a decent job with, fan art wise. Lots of bullshit details that nobody asked for. Stars and shit. This is entirely my vibe. As far as like... maybe... maybe... I like the hair accessories at the end. That's a really cool idea. The weighted hair jewelry. That's really fun, actually. That's a sick character design. I like that. Yeah, it's good. Avail, what's going on? Where you been? Where you been, homie? Okay. Oops. Need more scratches and scrapes on our armor, okay? And I think we are about... done. There we is. Just do a couple little cleanups, little things, adjustments, whatever. But I won't record the process for that. So we'll just snip that off at the end there. Dude, these portraits has just been so much fun, man. Like, seriously. I've been fucking loving doing this shit over on Coffee. It's just like one character after another after another. Used to rapid fire this shit. She's a -5/5 on the witch compass. Oh wait, you're absolutely right with that. She is a -5/5. Oh fuck! I forgot about that. Yeah, yeah, she is a -5/5 on the witch compass. That's a pretty good, you know, witch vibe to have too. I think. All right, take care, Conk. Be good, bro. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yep. None of that thorny briar witch shit from Path of Exile. She had all the witch nonsense from the anime style things. Total Project Evangeline kind of project. Maybe I should do that. Like, only open on VGen witch requests and make people like that would be so funny if I had the witch scale on VGen, and for my like anime requests I only accepted them based off of a what is it, a coordinate, sorry, on the witch compass. So you could request a witch, but you could only request it based on the coordinates. That's the only thing I'd accept from like somebody for a message or whatever, is they'd have to say just two numbers, you know, from -5 to +5 to -5 to +5. Like, yeah, man, I want like a -1, like -1 3 or whatever, you know, around there. That's the witch I want, dude. And everyone has to just decipher it and figure it out what it means. And if they don't know, they didn't watch the stream, they don't know how the witch compass scale works, then they're just requesting arbitrary art of characters. Yeah. Exactly, right? All right. Control S. Okay. Let me just quickly do a highlight here that for gore, and I think we're actually good. I think we're actually good, man. I got to get back to making daily videos on this shit. I have like 5 things like recorded, and I haven't made a video. I've just been reposts in the last couple of days. I really got to make some videos out of these. Really got to do that. And also properly do my lighting here, apparently. See, this is why I need to walk away from a piece for about 10 minutes and not look at it, and then come back and be like, oh, that's a mistake. That needs extra rendering. That needs more texture, whatever it is. So, okay, Control S. So the party together, let's see all of, I know Sabine's gone, but let's see all of Sabine's 3 requests together. So we have Janora. We're gonna move the text. And then we have Alistair. Move the text. And then we have Vesper. And we'll remove the text. So let's see the 3 of them together. Ooh, that's not what I want to do. Where the hell is the text? Oh, there we go. Okay. So Alistair. and Nora. There's the three of them together, man. That's the party. There's the whole party. Look at them. Look at how cool they are. Look at how suave and interesting of a D&D party these three are. Man. That's cool, dude. Those are some good projects. Ugh. Another one. Oh, I gotta... Hold on, I gotta crop it and actually save it as an image. No, oh god, no, wait, no, not that one. Wait, there we go. Okay. Let's see my crop thing. Ooh, vertical frame. Shit, I thought I'd set this up to be like a... So basically, I never do what I do. I actually crop out these images instead of working on a full like artboard or whatever. This is a terrible idea. You will lose your art. You'll delete things. You will lose art if you do this. You'll lose projects. You'll lose things. Never, ever, ever do what I'm doing. But there is a case to be made for it. Oop. Enter. Crop. Delete pixels selected. Oh, I don't like that it's lagging. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold up. Hold up. Monk up. Monk up. Did I just break my stream? I think I broke my stream. Did I just kill OBS? Did I survive? I think it survived. I think I closed it fast enough. Okay, good. God damn it, Photoshop. Okay, let's try this again. Maybe never crop anything while I'm live either. Maybe that's also the other rule. Never, ever, ever try and crop anything when I'm live. Dude, I need to get a new fucking GPU so bad, man. I need a new one. Where's that Astral 5090? How much is it? $4,200. So that's 42 coffee sketches. Uh, 42 coffee sketches. What am I, like 15 down? You know? How many more to do? Oh, okay. All right, we'll get in there. One more. One at a time. Okay. I'm going to try it again. I do want to save this today. So we're going to try this one more time. Actually, never mind. That's a bad idea because I know that it's going to... I knew I was gonna do that. What's up, Hertz? Long time since I caught a stream. Yeah, what's up, dude? Good to see you. How you been? All right, we'll just save it for now. We'll just not aggro. We'll not aggro the Photoshop because look. Okay. If I were to get another computer instead and have a second PC for streaming, so I have one PC for arting and one PC for streaming, that could work. All right. The issue with that, though, is that then I have to have a second PC in the room, and that's going to really heat things up and make it issues for me. Now, I do know that another, like a big boy GPU is also going to heat things up, but I think it's going to be easier to manage than like a whole nother computer or whatever. Or two, somebody I could illustrate my whole campaign with that. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's a lot, right? That's actually, you know what? Hold up. It isn't 42 because that's Canadian. Hold up. That's like 32 coffee requests. Bro. Minus 10. Holy. Easy. I wish that there's a place that I could finance this fucking GPU. If I could finance this shit, man. God. Where do people buy computer parts in Canada besides Memory Express and Newegg? Does Newegg do financing? Newegg. They do it? No, they don't. They use a fucking service. Fuck that. Okay, well, guess I got a one shot at one and done it. Steal Ella's PC, obviously. Well, Ella suggested that I use her PC and do that, and I could run some cables between it and use her PC when I'm streaming, because it's not like she'd ever use her computer anyway, right? When I'm live, ever, and it's usually on anyway, so that I have the fireplace in the background. So it's not a bad idea. It would just be really annoying to try and work through like that. But I could technically run like OBS. No. Photoshop? No. OBS? I don't know. It'd be better to do on her PC. Probably streaming on her PC and then running actual computers like stuff on mine. But like regardless, another computer would still be like $4,000 or $5,000 for a proper like setup with a good enough GPU. I just don't get why GPUs are so expensive right now. Is it still the crypto shit that people are tanking the value on or whatever? Someone with the fuck thyroid. Heating things up would be nice. Ooh, sleep heating on the morning in the middle of summer. Yeah, it's been cold here too. So, share screen to Discord. Stream the Discord screen. Oh, okay. I should just screen share Discord, and that's how I'll run my entire stream for the rest of time. Okay, that's the way to do it. God damn it. Okay, let me reset this up because I killed Photoshop. God damn it. God damn it, dude. Well, legit, there's a good chance I'll just go straight out buy the GPU in a couple weeks if I still need it. Zoom. Setting things up for recording is always a super big pain in the ass. But I think it works. There we go. Okay, she's back in frame. Okay, I actually want to see the recording. I want to see the process. I think this one will look cool. Let's go, before we move on to our next project, let's do a little recording thingy here. Where was it? This one. Okay. All right, let's restart. Okay, ready? And go. Ooh, that's a satisfying one. Okay, something about it, whenever I do the character's eyes first, I think that always makes for better recording. I think that's the way to go. I think that's the play. Always draw their eyes first. It like anchors the entire sketch in the process. Ooh. I gotta figure something out to talk about during this piece today with the video. I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's gonna be a dumb meme, so. Canada Computers and Electronics, is that an affiliate alternative to Memory Express? Canada Computers and Electronics, I've never heard of that. Are they East or West Coast? Or sorry, East Coast? Canada Computer and Electronics. Canada Computers, where is the store? Where are they based out of? I've never heard of this shit before. Store, where are you? Where are you physically? Toronto, York. Oh, so this is an Eastern Canada thing. Brampton, Mississauga. Oh, this is like a pretty substantial place. I also like that they have a logo and website branding straight out of like 2003. That's like, 5090. Let's see. They have the Astral 5090. They do, but they want. Oh, that's so nasty, man. This is such a little nasty thing to do. So a lot of these okay, I'm mad at this. So a lot of companies for computer stores and stuff like that, and peripheral, vendors, people, affiliates, whatever, anyone who sells computer products and also other shit, a couple of years ago, they made it so if you ever bought a new like big boy GPU or whatever, you also had to buy it as part of a bundle. So if you wanted to buy like a 3090 or something like that, you had to buy a 3090 plus a power supply and like a mouse or whatever. And so it's like your $3,000 GPU costs like $3,800. That was they're making you buy these like these are also all the Astral the ones with the liquid cooling thingy, and I don't think I want a liquid cool Astral GPU. I already have a liquid cooler in my computer, so I wouldn't be able to throw another one in there. Probably there wouldn't be room for the tubes, man. The tubes. So it's good to know. I didn't actually know about this store. Oh, you can finance it through Visa. Well, that's nice. Well, it's actually kind of nice that they let you do that. I will admit, it is hard to go buy a GPU or a piece of computer tech that is $4,000 plus, just straight out. It's tough to do that, to just decide you're going to go do that one. So, yeah, I wonder if Newegg has GPUs that I would 5090. NVIDIA realized they can get away with charging excessive prices. What? No. Go to Canada. Go to Canada. Always go to Canada. Hold on. Is it the right store? Yeah, it is. Okay. So 4,400 for this one. How is that more expensive than weird? I could probably just use the MSI one. For 3,800. MSI's fine. The tough? I don't know about the tough. I don't really usually like the tough series stuff. Interesting. Yeah, fuck. The reason Garrett is charging excessive price for subpar products or upgrades because of the fanboys. AMD really picking up the slack of late, though. Pretty impressive, honestly. Yeah, I would probably switch entirely to AMD. Like, just straight away, I'd switch entirely to AMD for my entire build. But that still is, like, so expensive right now. Like, what's the highest end AMD card for VRAM? I don't know, Evan. Google it. What is the highest RAM VRAM AMD GPU? Is it 32? That is the Radeon RX 7900 with only 24 gigs. So that's an issue for AMD because I want as much VRAM as possible. The VRAM is one of the things that would allow me to do the shit that I want to do. That's why I'm looking at the high 5090 series instead of the 5080s. It's because of the VRAM. So you know, 4,000 plus, holy, yeah. I mean, yeah. My entire computer setup for streaming is probably about $12,000. Like tablet all in. Well, is it? Yeah, about $12,000 Canadian. And a lot of that is the GPU and tablets and shit like that. So, why Google in 2025 when ChatGPT exists? I don't know. I don't use ChatGPT all that often. I don't have a lot of experience with it. What's VRAM and why is it good? So your VRAM is basically, it is more or less table space for your computer to work with. So there's two kind of like horsepower versus torque kind of measurements for computers. So one is the power of your computer to do stuff, and the other is the amount of things your computer can do stuff with. So having a very powerful processor is very important. For certain projects and certain products and games and software and whatever, you want a mixture of one or the other, power versus sort of like a wider net to cast. So for instance, if you have a CPU that runs at 3 power and 3 cores, and you get 1 power per core, right? That's like decent. But if you have a PC that runs with 0.5 power for 6 cores, it's the same overall measurement, but it's across more cores. So depending on what you're doing, so for like streaming and Photoshop and rendering, you actually want more power in your individual CPU cores. The same thing kind of translates over. I'm trying to be very general here. The same thing kind of translates over for your RAM and VRAM. So if you have like a lot of programs open at once that do a lot of like complicated tasks from a rendering standpoint, so you're not just running like Crysis on Max or whatever, which probably still can't be ran, or Cyberpunk or whatever, that you want a very powerful full GPU, but you don't need it to be particularly like wide in as far as the tasks it can accomplish, because it's just sort of injecting power into one task. But if you have like Photoshop open and you're rendering lots of layers and you want and you want like lots of things open, you have multiple files and those are all very powerful, sort of require a lot of energy intense GPUing, but you also have OBS open and 2 monitors and you're broadcasting multiple canvases, one to YouTube, one to Twitch, one to TikTok, one to Instagram shorts, reels or whatever. And so you've got a lot of things happening. That's where your RAM comes in, that you really want a lot of VRAM for. It also kind of like, there's certain software that utilizes VRAM better. So good rendering programs for 3D will also use VRAM more effectively, as opposed to just like singular power of your computer's like rendering, processing, whatever ability. So it's a little bit weird, but basically it's the kind of thing where the high amounts of VRAM, they lock on the highest end cards. So you really have to go to the top of the line. A card that you would never really need that kind of power for. No one needs a 5090 if you're gaming and having fun doing whatever, or even just doing digital art. But if you're doing digital art while also streaming to multiple canvases, to multiple platforms, that's when you want a lot of VRAM specifically. And I have a card with like 16 gigabytes of VRAM, which was a lot at the time. But now it's not enough when I'm it's chunking away pretty badly when I'm trying to. It's why I don't stream on TikTok anymore as well. I used to like triple stream, but I could only do YouTube and Twitch at the same time, or else it'll just rip. Like people will say like, oh, you can stream to 5 different platforms at the same time. It's not an issue at all with your these computer specs. What they never factor in is the way Photoshop works. And Photoshop is a very resource hungry, very greedy program. So if you're streaming like your cool Star Wars Episode 1 racer gameplay or GTA 5 roleplay to 5 different places, you're probably fine. But if you're using Photoshop or rendering or any kind of 3D program, it's kind of fucked. So arguably the whole thing is for work though, so that makes sense. You need it. Yeah, I mean it is all a write-off, to be fair, Salesian. I've written off every computer product I've bought for the last 15 years. So that's not the issue, but still, coming up with it all at once in one bill is pretty hard. So your ability to do multiple things effectively. Yeah, kind of. The VRAM is almost like a way of saying that you can distribute the power of the GPU to more places better. Oh, and please check Discord. Thank you for your consideration. All right. Wait, how big of a bit badge do you have, Ella? Diamond Crumb, Emerald Crumb. Okay, yeah, you can ask me to check Discord for the Emerald Crumb. Sure, why not? I don't mind. One sec, sorry. Okay, cool. Thanks, Ella. Appreciate it. Oh, wait, so hold on. These are the... Oh, yeah, I didn't check this. So these are the Hero Forge minis for the crew. Oh, dope. So that is Vesper, Alistair, and... Genera. Holy shit. Fucking Pog, man. That's actually really cool. Photoshop takes up like 90% of my CPU power when it's on, even though I bought a laptop specifically with specs and reviews saying it could run Photoshop. Such a demanding program, 100%. Yeah, no. And I mean, like, my Photoshop, I allocate up to like 50, I think, gigabytes of RAM to it when it's running. Like, I really would like to also upgrade to 128 gigs in my computer in total. The VRAM really is what matters the most, but regular RAM is very important for Photoshop too. It helps relieve a lot of the pressure of, you know, giant projects on, like, yeah, I mean, like, Photoshop is just a very greedy program. It's just very resource intense. It's not fun that way, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, man. We do what we got to do. We get in there. So, all right, cool. So, what are we gonna do today? Commission portrait done. Portraiture thing finished. Request ended. We're gonna do Astral Knights stuff or card stuff. I forget. Astral Knight sketching or cards. What was I gonna work on today? Fuck, man. I had a whole list planned out for today. Astral Knight. Oh, right. We started our piece yesterday. I forgot. Let's just open up like 5 things and then watch Photoshop crash like that. I'll take a quick break to grab water and then we'll jump back into it. So that one, and then the location thingy. Landscape concepts. Yeah, this is gonna be a really, really dope piece, I think. I'm really excited to do this one. Definitely think I need to zoom out or whatever on this. But we'll do that, and then we gotta open up. Okay. I'll just leave it there for now. Okay, I'm gonna grab water real quick, and then we'll jump into our next project for the day. And I want to talk about the formatting and some of the art that we need to make for the next kind of component of the Horizon Adventure. So realistically, we got to do a whole bunch of concept art between now and GameCon, and it's all going to be smaller concept art to help paint pictures. So we need to create like a list, I think, maybe today, of things that require art for it for the adventure, so that I can just start like brain empty, pen to tablet kind of vibe. So give me a sec. No revolting while I'm gone, all right? No insurrections, no usurpations of the throne, no overthrowing of the Senate, no executing of Order 66. I'll know. All right? That's so fucking funny that you revolt and immediately get timed out by the fucking bot. That is so poetic. Get dumpstered. Rest in pissed will not be missed. 19 seconds of fucking justice. Holy shit. Sometimes it works. All right. All right. Yeah. We good? We good? Wait, hold up. Hold up. Okay. I think. Who else got slain by fucking stream elements for revolting? Who was the chosen one? Welcome back, enemies. You have to retry, yeah, maybe, I guess. Only took being beheaded twice in a row. There you go. I guess. Back to 50-50. Yeah, okay. Good to know, I guess. All right, so here's the current plan. We got to make a little schedule thingy here for our current plan. We'll do it right here. So we have Horizon coming out soon. We also have two main releases, okay? The Horizon and the Astral Knight. Now, Horizon likely will not be finished by mid-June. The Astral Knight will. The goal is we have GameCon Canada, okay? This is our goal. So between now and then, I want to see if I can release Horizon in its proper beta form with all the, like, at least 89% of the assets, and the Astral Knight in the full form. So for the Knight, what still needs to be done for the Knight? We have to finish our main title painting. And that's going to be this one right here. So we're going to have our two Astral Knights gazing up at the runes in JRPG style. And I think, honestly, using the JRPG, like, I don't know, like, not art style, but evoking JRPG vibes, I think is a good idea for this. Because I think it's very true to form. So when you do the title painting, we have probably 2 portraits to do for Astral Knights, because we have one already. We have a knight and an apprentice, and then we just did another knight, and I need to do 2 more knights. So 2 portraits, and then for the actual book, we want maybe like a couple of form, like, diagrams. We have some loose sketches. We're just gonna put that as like a general whatever catch-all. And we have some rune designs, or rune/sword designs. So that is full release, though. Once we get this done, this is full release. We're ready for the Knight to be at GameCon Canada. At this point, I can actually print it and get it, like, stitch into book shit, whatever, with a little art kind of compendium thing at the back. So this will be printable. At a later date, though, past the goal. Yo, McBluff, what's up, dude? How you doing? What's going on, man? Thanks for 53 months, McBluff. Good to see ya. What's up, bro? How's school been? How's projects been? The legend. If you guys didn't know, McBluff is a very accomplished artist who's been very busy with all manner of schooling and projects and building their greatness. So I'm honored. I'm honored you still have your sub, dude. Thank you, McBluff. You've been really busy. Yeah, what's up? What's been going on? The printable version later will come in also the leather-bound version, okay? Leather-bound version. I have to be careful the level in which I say the word leather-bound, because I don't want us to accidentally summon dark. Okay, so then this will be ready for GameCon Canada. So we should make our we should meet the goal here. A printable version of Horizon is going to be a little more difficult because Horizon's going to require a lot of articles to be written at the same time as the art. But as far as art goes for Horizon, we have our runes, we have our what needs to happen before I can sort of like format Horizon for the first time. We have the last runes we just did. That was a big project that we just finished. We need the actual the actual sketch of Horizon itself. So Horizon City. And what I might do is I might do like a temporary sort of like halfway sketch for this. So maybe we'll play around with some sketch styles next week to do some very quick little, you know. Finally finished all my work for the semester and helped set up a stage design over the weekend. Exhausted, but doing good. That's right on, dude, man. Heading to UK Games Expo. What is UK Games Expo like? Yeah, wait, what kind of, is this like a video game thing or like a TTRPG thing? UK Games Expo. That sounds cool. Fuck yeah. We have 3 days of summer a year over here. Hopefully you get one of them. Yeah, for real, right? Okay, so Horizon City, the important title pieces for this we have Horizon City, we have the runes, we have all the characters that were really major players. It'd be nice. Oh, we need some consortium art for the villains. Consortium. So, how would you guys feel about doing a villain design day next week? Villain design would be kind of an interesting vibe. So these are need to do before it can be in. We're not going for printable. We're going for digital beta. But not just a digital beta, but we're also gonna try and have it be formatted. That's important. Okay. And then we need non-art things are going to be tables, stats, and maps. Oh, right, the maps. Okay, so we need to do sketches for the maps. Okay, so that's going to be a big time sink, but I think we can do it in time. So I do also like a map design day. We'll do some like level design or whatever. UK Games Expo is basically the UK's Gen Con. Okay, so it's like actual like TTRPGs and board games and stuff. That's cool. I've heard that Europe has some pretty big like TTRPG conventions like that. And I feel like UK Games Expo is one of the big ones. It's like that one and then Germany were the 2 biggest ones, if I'm not mistaken, right? I'm just remembering people said about it. War games, board games, TTRPGs, dude, that sounds rad. Actually, I'm a little jealous, to be honest. I kind of want to go to like one of these big like Gen Cons, Game Expo type things or whatever. Okay, stats, maps, and tokens. Oh, also magic items. Fuck. Magic items. Okay. And then a couple of articles. So all of this 3 weeks. Germany's a pretty big one. Yeah, dude, I keep just, people keep telling me I need to go to fucking Germany, man. You know, whether it's the for the games or the LARP. I just keep being assaulted with demands to go to Germany. Not that I mind, I guess. I'm not going against go to Germany. It's just far away, man. You know, it's expensive to fly to Europe, and you have to fly over Canada. I don't want to fly over Canada. That's a lot of Canada to fly over. You know, take a vessel, sail there, some shit. Germany is pretty cool, and the language is easy. Well, the thing is, I tried to learn German a couple years ago from a friend of mine that I worked with at the game store, and she told me that I didn't need to learn German because she said that everyone in Germany knows how to speak English perfectly fluently, and I would never need German literally anywhere. And I was like, oh, but like, what if I want to go to like a small town and like, you know, not like one of the big cities like Hamburg, Nuremberg, or the other ones, Berlin. And she's like, nope, everyone, countryside, small little fucking hut in the middle of nowhere serving food. They'll still speak English. I was like, okay, well, I guess I don't need to learn any German. Fuck that. So, and then every German that I have in my chat, it's always like, yeah, das is true. Okay, fine. I guess I won't learn German anymore. Fine. But they got a pretty big LARP there, apparently. That's like the big one in Europe, I guess. There's also like an Eastern European LARP that people talk about in Romania or something like that, I think. That's like a big deal too. Or, I don't know, somewhere over there. Spiel is the one in Germany, right? I don't know, Jacob. I'm lost on the names for it. I was told the same about Poland, and when I got to Zakopane, I found out 30% of people spoke English. Yeah, I mean, I think if you go further east, I think that's probably going to be harder for the language. I want to take that trip to Ukraine, but I definitely don't speak Ukrainian well enough to be able to survive there. And I don't speak any Russian either, so depending on where I go in Ukraine, I'd be fucked with just English, but it'll be the language when I go somewhere just to show respect and courtesy to the locals. Yeah, it is a good thing to do, I think. Like that's what I always tell people going to Japan, you know, learning the language was the best. Learning the Japan, you don't need English there, but Japan with and without Japanese is a different country. It's a completely different country, you know, the way people open up, like menus open up, you know, right? The difference between speaking Japanese and not is you're like a little restaurant somewhere off in some fucking small town. And the owner is just like, oh my God, you know, let me, have you tried this thing? And I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, you should try this thing. Here, I'll make it for you. It's not on our menu, but I'll make it for you anyway, right? Like stuff like that. And you're like, I'm trying some local delicacy that I didn't know was a thing, you know, because I could converse more naturally or whatever. So you don't need it, but you know, it's like one of those things where it opens it up. And I wonder if Germany's the same thing, you know? Even Iceland, where people speak, or more people per capita speak English than in England. That's funny. I heard Japan, you kind of need the language. No, I don't think you need it that bad. Like, the thing is also, like, big cities, you absolutely don't need in Japanese. You don't. But the thing is that there's certain countries that if you show a little bit of language shared proficiency, it goes a long way. And so Japan is a language that's based on context. So you actually don't need whole lot of like understanding of like grammar, and you just need vocabulary in some ways. And if you can vocabularize your way through conversations, people appreciate it. Or even if you understand manners and stuff. So like being able to say thank you and please and request things and whatnot in other countries might not go that far, but in Japan it goes pretty far. You hit them with that arigato gozaimasu, and you get hit with that Nihongo Jozu by them, which, to be fair, they'll praise your Japanese no matter how shit it is. So no, but it is definitely the kind of place where someone you can get by and like get everything out of an experience basically with like not speaking any Japanese, just English. But the difference is the half-hour conversation I had with the I don't know what to call them, but bellboy, hotel attendant. The half-hour conversation I had with a hotel baggage attendant about the best new anime cafes in Japan, where he's like, "Oh, don't go to this one. Go to this one. Hey, are you here next weekend? Okay, here's the website you need to go to be able to get a ticket for this. Everyone goes to this website because it's the official one. This is one that does raffles through whatever. They give some tickets. Do that. So it was a whole different like that's what I mean by it kind of opens up, is you get the inside shit. But if you're just going everywhere, you know, it's not a big deal. You can get by without any fucking language. So looking to next year 2027 when I finish losing weight. Yeah, that's unfortunately a good thing to do before you go. Yep. Did you add random counter stats to the list? I blanked out. The random counter stats? No, not just random counter for stats in general, not specifically the random counter ones. So we'll probably get that going next week. I wonder if we can get everything for Horizon or the Knights done in 1 week. So I also wanted to drop the cards on pre-order soon too. Oh my god. Why am I doing so many things at once, man? What's wrong with me, dude? Why did I decide to do things? Why can't I just do... You know what? After Eldara is released in Horizon, after Horizon's out fully, after the Astral Knight and the Astral Sage are out fully, after all this stuff is done in like July, August, I'm taking like probably 2 months, and all I'm gonna draw is hot booba fan art and commission requests for 2 months. You cannot stop me, right? I'd be fat AF, dropped like 40 pounds already though. Congratulations, dude. That's a huge investment though. Lack of calories is starting to crush the workout performance though. Yeah, I get that. I'm down about 100 overall, and I understand that. It is, it's also, it sucks, but like, you know, yeah, being fat in Japan sucks. It sucks. I'm not gonna lie. People think pretty poorly of you if you're fat. They make a lot of assumptions, whether they're true or not, you know, about your character and who you are if you're overweight in Japan. Whether that's a, you know, they're very, I mean, they're nice enough that they're like, their tatema is not going to let them say some shit to you. They'll say some shit to you in Japanese. They don't think you can hear it, you know, if you can't speak the language. But people are really skeptical of that in Tokyo. People won't shit talk you behind your back in Tokyo, because you never know what fat ass gaijin can speak Japanese. So yeah, but being overweight in Japan sucks. It sucks. Nothing's built for you. Like the fattest I ever was, I was in Japan one year. I was a hog, man. I was up to 300, and I was in Japan one summer, and it sucked. It sucked. You just saw the way people sort of like looked at you like, oh God, you know, what are you doing, man? So I hate to say it, but like, you know, I want to just say, oh, you should go and enjoy the country and be there and have a fun time, regardless of like what weight you are, what body composition. But no, it's absolutely a reasonable thing to say. I want to fucking lose weight before I go to Japan. That's completely reasonable, actually. So Sexy Withers month, here we come. So that is true. I also need to dedicate a bunch of time for the summer swimsuit calendar, Samurai, which will probably be a July-August project, I guess. So never mind. I guess we're not doing any commissions then. We're just drawing Sexy Withers and swimsuit calendar stuff and getting after it, right? Dropped 103 in the past, gained 160 during lockdowns. Yeah, I feel it, man. That's rough. You got this shit though. You got this shit. You get after it. 6'2", nothing in Japan will be built for me anyway. That's fair, I guess. You know, like Ella being 6 foot. Well, sorry, 5'12". Ella being 5'12" or 5'13". Nothing. She can't get any clothing in Japan anyway, so she buys like men's clothes and shit. When she wants like a special limited edition Gundam shirt or whatever, she just buys the men's size. The difference between how people treated me at 330 versus 180 is unreal. Yep. And something no one wants to know. People don't really want to talk about that, but it's true. Even like I said, even in the UK, even in Canada, the difference that I got in the way people treated me at 300 versus like 200, which is where I'm at about now. I'm about 210. I gained about 10 or 15 pounds during the winter. Is wild. And in Japan, it's even more. It's even more. You know, no one's gonna be rude to you like they will be here necessarily in Japan, but people will be more distant of you if you're the large foreigner there. So there's no crumb in the calendar. I'll riot. Do you really want a sexy crumb, Fox? Do you really want me to invest my time, energy, budget of attention, economy of effort into a sexy crumb? Why did you say yes? Why did I even pose the question is the disappointing thing here. Why was that even a question that I posed? I should have just assumed. You have the Mace slot? I think you do, actually. I'm pretty sure you do. I think you have a slot. I think Azalea has a slot, and I think Reaper has a slot. So you can make it a crumb. Are you gonna request a sexy crumb for the Mace slot? You goblin, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. More that people would thank me for holding the door than noticeably more. Oh, really? I would hold my official ruling until the calendar gets closer to happening. Well, we'll fucking see, man. Does he be persuasive until then? Yeah, okay. We'll see how that fucking project works out, I guess. I'm surprised that you guys didn't want a full-on like color, full-page spread calendar. That you guys just wanted little portrait sketches. So I'll have to figure out how to like alter it so it's actually like a substantial project and not just some degenerate little dumb sketches or whatever. All right, but that is our list for that. Today I wanted to finish, before the end of the week, I wanted to finish the full base set for the cards because I wanted to actually see them all laid out on paper. So I don't know if we have enough time to start a new project, so we'll do this and just chill for a bit. Maybe we can actually find some Horizon art to do in our cards. Oh, I have to renumber everything. God damn it, don't I? If I add 5 more ooh, I'm mad. Okay. Shit. Ah, projects, man. You know what's really cool though is having actually things to do. Like having Eldar related things that are like popping. I got releases coming up, man. I don't know what I ever like fucking did to deserve the ability to do this shit, but I owe you guys so much, man. Just for like supporting the projects that I do, the dumb D&D shit, the stupid fucking LARPing as a real artist stuff that I do. It's like not even funny sometimes how much I wonder how different life should have been for me as an artist. It's actually kind of incredible. Okay, we had some ideas for the extra cards. I think Sleepy wrote them down in Discord, right? We'll go to stream topics. Let's refer back to the list, man. So what other cards are we going to add in? I see pictures of chickens. I see prints. I see Ashton, Eve, Astral Knight runes, Rosemary, Ella Blackwood art, runes under Horizon, and the Astral Sage bunny folk cannot spell tokens. A veil relics. Wait, what was that? A veil? The streamer? What? You're gonna take that back when drawing the orb for the swimsuit calendar. Do you guys just want a collection of orbs for the swimsuit calendar for Eldara? Is that what you actually want? Am I missing out on this here? Was I wrong? Was I thinking too highly of the Dragon's Claim? Abyssal. Ooh. The Abyssal runes. Oh, runes under? What did I call this piece? Nope. High Crest. High Crest Hamlet ruins. There we go. High Crest Hamlet. Let's call it High Crest Runes, okay? That's what we'll do. What font size do we have here? 17.75. That's weird. Kind of arbitrary. Are they all 17.75? They are all 17.75. Why would I have done that? Why would I have ever selected it to be 17.75 specifically? That's such a designer thing for me to do. I'm so confused as to why I would do that. But you know what? I'm just going to assume that I knew what I was doing. I'm just going to presume that I was on board with it. Okay. High Crest Ruins. Maybe we'll call it High Crest Cavern. Let's call it Cavern. High Crest Cavern. High Crest Cavern. Okay, we'll see if we can lay all these out together and see how they look as a sheet, okay? See if they look good all together. What a dumb little showcase of art, hey? Making them little cards. I'm watching you work on that one. Oh, really? It wasn't that long ago, then, was it? Shit. They were limited to 1 orb. You'd hope so, Cass, and yet, have you met the Dragon's Claim? Mm-hmm. The gap above and below and whatnot, you're probably right that it does. Just, I formatted it like there. Veil's character you drew way back, if I remember correctly. I don't know if 8% chance of not correct. A Veil's character. I've never drawn a Veil's character. Yeah, I've never drawn anything for a Veil. I should. But listen, I'm a in-demand artist, okay? I got things to do. Okay, let's do Lord Ashton now for this one. The good Lord Ashton. We could also do Rosemary in here. Ooh, he's so mysterious, man. Lord Ashton. That's a great card. That's a great card. All right, Eve, Ella. What do we do? Do we do Alicia and ooh, maybe do those as the last two. So we'll do 20. This is 22, 23, and then we'll do 24, 25. And let's grab those runes that we did a little while ago. Those are cool. Where are they? They are right. I just saw them. Am I crazy? Oh, there we go. Our ruined monolith. Okay. Make this into a card. Oh, yeah. I'm going to call this Old Novalia, I think, right? There's 2 L's in Novalia, right? How do we pronounce things in our own game world? How do we spell things? Old Novalia. Now, have we done any color paintings since then, this year? What was the last thing I painted? Anybody remember? Let's see. That's like for me, I guess. I can't do characters for other things. Horizon rune, the ring runes, that's the thing that I painted, but I'm already using those. Mini full, I can't add mini full. The Astral Knight runes. Oh, I forgot about her. Yeah, right. That's the one we were talking about. That's the character we were talking about. Maybe I'll do her instead of Lord Ashton because it's a better. Oh, but Lord Ashton, I feel like he needs a card, doesn't he? Oh, he kind of does, doesn't he? Do you want me to send you my presentation from Lost Project this semester? I'd love to see it. Yeah, the work is nothing spectacular. I was mostly focused on getting my presentation to look professional for this module. First year grades aren't counted towards the final grade, so I can focus on different skill sets disproportionately. Wait, so your first year... Hold on, how does that work? Your first year grade isn't... What? Isn't calculated for the... I'm confused. Why does that work? Is that a good thing? Do we like that? I mean, yes, of course I want to see what you're doing, McBluff. I am thoroughly invested and enchanted with the work that you've been doing. So, facial expressions have improved so much. There is so much more character emotion. I remember you weren't confident in your ability when it comes to facial expressions. Oh, thank you, McBluff. Yeah, I've been trying to work really hard on portraiture quite a bit recently. I still find that I like the less expressive, more stoic sort of like portraiture, but now it's more of a choice to show nuance as opposed to like a restriction that I feel is I'm struggling with. So yeah, that's powerful. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you noticing. Thanks, man. Aw, man. Recognition, yo. 24. Ooh, wait, do I want to invoke Eve and Alicia this easily? You know what? I have plans for them. We're going to do our Windra Merchant. Be waiting patiently for the day. I'm sorry, Vale. I got a lot to do. It's going to be a little bit... Confirmed Vale only hangs around in my chat to wait for free fucking fan art. Shit, damn it. I'm a shit streamer. Windra. Where's our Windra? Windra. W-Y-N-D-R-A. Windra. Windra Sage. What's her name? Don't know it. Okay. Pop. There we go. What the fuck was her name, man? I thought that I had, like, created lore for her already, but I might not have, actually. There's a small chance that I may not have created any lore for her just yet. Whoops. Okay, so we're gonna call her... For now, we're just gonna call her Windra Sage. That's what we're gonna call her. Now, for the very last slot, the very last common slot, okay? The very last one there will ever be in Series 1. What art do we want to use? What art would be a great last piece? We've got Astral Knight things. We've got... Where can we go in the art vault? We have an Astral Knight temple. A Shrine of Vec is already used. We could use Gremolin. We could do Astral Knight meditation rituals. I don't think that would look good as a card. I think it's too messy for it to be a card. We can try it on here though. Yeah, it's far too messy for it to be. And the colors are kind of cool on it though, right? What else could we use? Could use Rosemary. Want another character. But I kind of wanted an environment or something like that. What to do? She's mini fuller ashy or whatever. Obviously, I can't do that. What have I done? can't use any magic item artwork because we've already done stuff with that. We've already used our Eldara title painting. What about this? Let's see. Call this Unitifs. The idea is your first year won't affect what type of degree you get. UK degrees are based on what grades you get. So first 2, 1, 2, 2, etc. Your first year can be more experimental or a bit more braver when you don't have to worry about mistakes affecting what kind of degree you get. Oh, interesting. Okay, that makes sense now. Turtle Island. Rasishi doesn't have, I think, modern enough art. Yeah, 1 of 1 Unitifs. I'd really like a piece of color art here, if I could, for the last bit. I don't think I have it, but yeah, I think that I could just use. So I asked Vixie if she wanted to be a character in the realms of Eldara for Rosemary, and she said yes. So it's between either the Geminos Heavy or Rosemary. We have Rosemary and the Geminos Heavy. I think that's too low res though. But then again, I like these little sketches as cards, as commons. I need to plant it on a much smaller. Oh, I don't know if I could actually do this because the texture doesn't work. So we could use Rosemary the Dryad. Probably want to talk to her about that first, so. Bro, why don't I make any art for Eldara? This is so cracked. Like, I need to paint more for the realms, I think. I need to stop fucking taking commissions. I gotta open that sponsorship tier on Patreon. How much do I charge a sponsorship tier on Patreon? Oh god, to do a painting every month? If I made it like heavily discounted, like half off basically of what a commission would cost, because there's at least like a decent amount of value in that for my own work. It's like $300 or some shit. That seems like a lot. That still seems like way too much. Guys, just leave it there, and if nobody jumps on it, nobody jumps on it. The Geminos Monster Hunters are going to be a promo as well, or sorry, a ultra rare whatever fuck you version promo. So there's that too. I guess I could do the Astral Knight Temple. Yeah, we could do the temple, you know. That or I just do this card, right? Called the Astari Meditations. Maybe it is kind of nice that it's like a bit of a scuffed, like painted sketch card, whatever. Maybe that's okay. My Winder Sage, Lord Ashton, Highcrest Hamlet, the Real Sleep Feather Gob Monkey. Oh, I'm still missing one, aren't I? Wait. Wait, what was 23? Wait, hold up. What did I miss? Highcrest Hamlet. Cavern. Highcrest Cavern. Where the fuck did Old Novalia go? Wait. What? Where did that one go? How did I just delete one by accident? Okay. That's fine. I don't know how that got deleted, and I'm kind of concerned now as to where it went, but no biggie. We just grab it again. Okay. 21 Highcrest Hamlet copy. All right, let's see how these all look together. Three Old Novalia. Old Novalia. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Pearl Novalia, man. The fuck? So we have 21 is Highcrest Cavern, 22 is Old Novalia, 23. I need to change the numbers. It's Lord Ashton, 24 is the Winter Sage, and 25 is the Astari Meditations. Let's do meditation singular. I wonder if I can change the number on these. Was I smart enough? Oh my god, I was. I was. Oh, that's where Old Novalia was. I'm dumb, okay. Lord Ashton is 22. Old Novalia is 23. Let's see how these all look together then. And then finally Highcrest Hamlet was 21. Or Highcrest Cavern. So there's some Horizon artwork in here then. It's not bad. Some early Horizon artwork at the very least. Pass everything through the wind. Dude, he figured it out at least once. What's up, Mita? What's going on, dude? How you doing, man?
How come the Windra Sage's ears look like they could pick up signals from deep space?
Because they can. Yeah. Yeah, she's an astral sage. Like yeah, she's an astral sage, so she uses space magic. That's why. Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean, dude? That's the exact point. That's the whole point of it. 25. Okay. Did I name the Winter Sage? Let's see. Let's find out if she had a name. I think I saved it improperly in fan art projects. Fan art portraits. Did she have a name, or do I need to give her a name? None of those. Okay. Must be then in the correct place. Oh wait, I already have the commissions thing open. Ha! Ha! I'm so smart. Oh, maybe I'm not. Wait, I'm dumb. Dude, my organization file organization recently has been rough. It's been rough. Been fishing out on the Cheapskates Bay after school the past couple of days. Nailing the stripers? Is that a type of fish there? I didn't know you fish, Mita. That's awesome, bro. Having good luck with it. Oh, I just call her Sage question mark. All right. Then in that case, we will bestow upon her a name. For her contributions as a Windra Sage. Mala will finally have a character. Mala Bright Meadow. Let's go. All right, we have our full common list, man. This is so cool. So we can make a print page now if we wanted to. If we were so inclined. Something like Grace? Yeah, I think it was, actually, but didn't fucking name it on the document, so we just change that shit. Ooh, Thunder. Monka. So, page... So this is our production sheet page, okay? This is what a full print page of cards is going to look like. This is what how they come out of my printer anyway. So what this would look like here, we won't probably do this all on stream, but I just want to do a couple of them if I can. Grabby this, merge layers, take it over here. Ooh, wait, why is that grabbing? Ooh, hold on, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Why that? Okay, we have to save it. Save as copy. God, where's the trading cards? I just want to see like 3 of them on the page together, man. Just see what it looks like as a page real quick. Realms Eldara trading cards. There we go. PNG 1 is going to be the Aldarian Sky Knights. So I need to rip that onto a page. Shit. This will take way too long. I'm not doing this on stream, but I just want to see them. So change that by 50%. And boom. There is officially common slot 1 on the print page, man. And so it begins, and so it begins. You can hear the wobble? Oh shit, really? Yeah, Monka Dark Sky. It's rained so much here, it's not even funny, which is like really lovely. I drove into Calgary the other day for my appointments, and it was actually green. Right? Like one of the ultra rares, a croissant stand, complete with croissant tower. There probably will be a Gorn Crest Citadel card. There probably will be. Like maybe an epic, like of 3 or whatever, or something, you know. Straight bass, also called rockfish. Are those for eating or just for catching then? Because I love the idea of fishing up some dinner here and there, you know. You know, this future Evan problem with that one. I kind of did, didn't I? Really. That's eating really good fish. Oh damn, okay. Let's go, man. That's cool. I think I'm gonna try and fish a little bit this summer out in the mountains. I live in one of the most beautiful places in the world for fishing. Why the fuck don't I fish? You know? So, what's up, Bear? What's going on, dude? Card's looking good, you think? Dude, check this shit out, bro. Check this shit out. The full promo print pages. Holy. I already printed one of these pages out. Cut it. snipped it. Well, I didn't snip it. I dude. So by the way, printing one of these pages, I cut out an entire page. Cutting an entire page is exactly one X-Acto blade. I'm gonna go through so many knife blades, cutting out, because I think it's gonna be like somewhere around 2,000 cards that I'm gonna print across sheets of 25. I am going to be cutting cards all summer, and no one's gonna want any, and I don't care. I'm gonna have fun anyway. So come down to MD and we could do a fishing trip over the summer. MD is hold on, I'll get this. Hold on. It's not Michigan, Madagascar, Massachusetts. What the fucking start with M? Manitoba. It's not Montana. Maryland. Okay, Maryland. There you go. Dude, sometimes these fucking state codes, like I'll get people ask me for or people send me their address and they'll, you know, to mail shit, and they'll be like, oh, here's my like one line state code, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? What is AZ? Oh yeah, Arizona. Okay, yeah, you know, like I don't send a lot of mail to the small states, so like I sent something to Vermont, and I was like, what the fuck is this V shit? Where there's a V state in America? Maryland, yeah, okay, all right, makes sense. Okay, I would have thought that Maryland would be like, I guess MA is no. What's that? What's MA? Montana? Virginia as well as Vermont. Oh, I forgot about Virginia. I forgot Virginia existed. Yeah. Oh shit. Well, damn. I forgot there was a Virginia other than West Virginia. Cutting cards. Yeah, exactly. No, this took me a while to get out. I should have kept a print page though, a one-off. But I definitely didn't. I only have a one-off print page of the Luna promo. Actually, this is like a pretty cool thing to have, I think. Oh god, back. Holy shit. This was the first test print for the Luna promo, but like this right here, like I only made 8 Luna promos, and then I have one uncut sheet. I don't think I'll do an uncut sheet of every promo I make. I think that's just weird. It's better if it's just the promo, but this one was just a test, and it was off center, so there's like little dots in the front and the back, and they are not centered, so I couldn't even use this. So it was an off-centered, off-cut test sheet. But it's cool to see them like uncut. But I will say, having the sheet of 25 is way more impressive as a 13 by 19 than having the sheet of 9 as a 8.5 by 11. There's something really cool about seeing the whole, you know, the whole print page like this. So the hella rare prints are worth 10x, right? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing this. So currently the plan for the cards, by the way, is as soon as I get this all formatted this weekend, I'm going to do my very first test prints for the Realms of Eldara trading cards. At that point, when I do my test prints, I am going to make probably like, I don't know, 1 print page worth of each something or another. Like I'll make like probably 10 or 15 packs just to see how to build a box, how to construct a booster pack, how I want to do this, whatever. And then once I have a physical product in hand where I'm like, yes, I could see myself making 200 of these, like packs, whatever. I have the cards in, they all look good. I make a first edition series 1 test print, something Pepega, who cares? At that point, I will then open up pre-orders for series 1. And then based on the pre-orders, I will, because the pre-orders aren't going to define the print run. The print run needs to be set in stone anyway. And right now it looks like it's going to be 250 booster packs. So rares to 15 or rares to 20, I forget. and then there's a whole bunch of sketch cards in there. Like, I have like a whole thing right there of illustration board for sketch cards. So it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna be really, really, really fun. And I don't know who's gonna care about this, but I know that a bunch of people said they already want to do pre-orders for like a box of them or whatever, which is insane. Because I'm just LARPing as a guy who does interesting things. But yeah, man, that's the plan for these right now. So pre-orders should be up in like 2 weeks at the very least, and the pre-orders ideally will be then for early August. So they'll be up in early June, and then I have June for doing conventions, July for finishing it, and then should be sent out late June or late July. Oh my God, that started raining. Oh, it's hailing. Well, fuck, man. All the lilac trees and cherry blossoms just started blossoming. And that's gonna ruin all of them. God damn it. Well, that was short. That was a short-lived spring. It was a real short-lived spring. There's ice in Canada, right? Surprise Pikachu. Ice in Canada in May. It still gets down to pretty fucking cold at night here right now. Did it here last week, not enough to hail total my car. You didn't even total your car? You mean it hailed enough, but it didn't total your car? Dude, that's sad. I'm sorry, man. You know? Depending on where... So, where I grew up in Calgary, Alberta, if you lived in the north side of the city, you got hail all the time. And if you lived in the south side of the city, you never got hail. It was like a thing no one knew about the city, right? They'd come to the city, they'd be like, oh, our house is cheaper in the north. You know? So you just see all these cars completely shit-kicked dented with fucking hail, but not quite enough to be totaled. And I always thought it was so unfortunate, you know? But yeah, anyway, so I made a full list last night of the proper, like, rares and everything, series and whatnot. And I gotta find the one thing that I have left to do, figure out, is I need one slot for cards that can be a back of the card slot thing. That's a cool, like, kind of, like, another sub collection to do. And I think I'm going to do travel stickers. I think not like actual travel stickers, but like prints of the travel stickers on a card. So there'll be like a Journey Across Eldara type thing. So that would bring it up to a full 9 or 10 slot card pack. So 9 would be better. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck this shit, man. I'm overthinking this. It's the weekend. I should go play World of Warcraft for an hour. I'm certainly not going on a walk. I'm at 7,000 steps though, so all right. I think that's it for today though. We got it. We got all of our projects done. We did the thing, we did the dwarf, we did the characters, man. What a productive week. Oh shit, it's really hailing now. Oh god. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Probably not, but it's hailing really hard. Yeah. One state over, the dealerships had to scramble to protect the most expensive cars in the lots and watch the other inventory total. That's awful. Yeah. Make a folder to hold all my sketch cards, the new style cards. Yeah, I mean, it'd be like, I'm gonna get a binder, I think, to have like for all my like test prints and stuff. But I need to figure out what to do for that, Samurai. Alex, I'm getting glad to hear the tail end is wrapping up. Work well done. Yeah, you too. Honestly, it's been a busy week. So, by the way, small announcement for next week. As a reminder, I will not be live on Tuesday going forward for probably the next couple of weeks. I might be live on 1 or 2 of them. I don't know. But I have a recurring appointment up at the hospital every Tuesday now, which sucks. They just basically told me. They said, hey, bitch, if you want to fucking heal your ear and save your hearing, you got to do this awful shit every Tuesday for the next 4 weeks. And I'm like, can I change it so it's not during my stream? And they're like, no, this is Canada. We tell you when your appointment is. And you're lucky you got an appointment. Shut up. They slapped me. And then I waddled out of the hospital. So I'll have to miss some Tuesdays coming up here, which is really gonna suck. So I'll try and do some makeup streams around it. But you know, it's unfortunately necessary. I really don't want to miss streams for like almost any reason, especially stupid reasons like, you know, appointments and shit. But I just can't schedule this, and if I put it off any like longer, there's a chance that I don't regain my hearing in my left ear if they don't do it, you know, act on it sooner rather than later. So that's gonna suck. But I'll try and make sure the streams for the rest of the week are all dope and awesome and fun and cool, and we got a lot of Horizon stuff to come out this weekend. There should be a release of new lore update stuff for Horizon beta, as well as a couple other little things. For now, coffee sketches are still open until the end of the weekend. So if you have any sketch requests that you want to get in before I close them down, I think there's about 6 in queue between where I'm at right now and where I need and like left. So it'd probably be another week or two before we get to it. But coffee sketches are open for a little bit as a supplementary thing, which is awesome. Thank you guys who put the requests in for those sketches. Those have been a lot of fun to do. That'll be up until the end of the weekend, probably. Maybe I'll keep it into early next week, depending on if people. I know some people asked me to leave them open for a little while longer so they could get things together. So, anyway, where's my outro? There we go. I can't even hear my own fucking music, so I need to keep one of my headset ears off. God damn it. Health isn't dumb. It's important and responsible to prioritize. It is dumb when you have to prioritize it over stream. So, yeah, but we'll see. Hopefully it works out. Hopefully I'll recover and be able to actually hear out of the left side of my face. You guys are amazing. Thank you for the lovely week. Had fun. Was there another announcement? I don't think so. Yeah. Walking challenge is on. The summer walking challenge is approaching us. So Ella and I have been getting our 10 to 15K in every single day. You guys are doing that with us this summer. Better start prepping them now, man, because July is going to come a lot faster than you think. So I'll see you guys later. Have a wonderful weekend. It was my honor to spend part of your week with you. Until next time, though. Farewell.